Hello. I am back, and I already started with a few tech glitches already, so again, bear with me. This is my second time trying out doing live streams, so I will repeat myself a few times here, but essentially I'm testing out live streams, or they call it multi-streaming, so I have this hooked up to YouTube, Twitch, and Kick at the same time. With that in mind, I have plenty of room to make mistakes here, so I'm probably not going to catch a lot of those mistakes until it's too late. But for now, you know what? As long as you can see and hear me, and as long as my cats don't keep making a fuss as they were just now, then we're good to go. Alright, so as I mentioned, I am going to be live streaming every day. Let's call it for the next 2 weeks and beyond. And the goal is, well, I guess just sharing a little bit of behind the scenes of what I do, which is travel photography, wildlife photography, filmmaking, YouTube content creation, and whatever else. I don't really have a good bucket in terms of how I categorize myself, but generally speaking, I love traveling. I love capturing the world and finding ways to share it with the rest of you guys. So with that in mind, I figured, look, let me try out these live streams, and let's start with my latest, sorry, not my latest, but my upcoming video that I'm trying to work on, which is a trip that I took to Mongolia back in February of 2024. So that's over a year ago. I have a lot of catching up to do in terms of my previous travels. So I have got Mongolia, and that was about 2 weeks. And then I have, I think, 9 to 10 other travels that I went on in the past year. Amazing trips. I'm very fortunate to have been able to go on these places, go out and see the world, essentially. Most of it was focused on wildlife. Some is more cultural. But with all that said, I travel with camera gear. I capture everything. And sometimes, not always, but sometimes the things that I capture is super cool, including this Mongolia trip. So that is what we'll be focusing on. And you guys can join in, be bored with me. I'll do my best to make this entertaining. But the goal is hopefully you guys can see behind the scenes of me actually creating my next travel vlog video that will go up on YouTube, as well as a lot of other content that I need to publish for my social media, like YouTube Shorts, as well as Instagram. If this is working properly, you should be able to see DaVinci Resolve, which is what I use to edit the videos. Yesterday we got through, by the way, this for most people is probably boring. I find it entertaining enough, I guess. For the first step of what I'm doing here, it is somewhat boring because I have to go through all the footages and start organizing them. So I kind of categorize them, color code, arrange them by chronological order, so that I can start formulating a story in my mind of what exactly do I have content-wise to work with. And once we're done with that, then I can start going through the next phase, which is starting to kind of like highlight some of the key clips, start to delete some of the ones that I don't think are necessary, and so on and so forth. Now the problem, I say problem, it could be a blessing, but I have 9 hours worth of footage that I need to go through. So yesterday we got through, it felt like it took a long time, but we only got through essentially like chapter 1 of a potential story. What I mean is chapter 1 would just be, imagine clips of me in flight as I was on my way to Mongolia. In this trip specifically, I think I went from Dubai to Istanbul as a layover. Then from Istanbul went to Ulaanbaatar, which is the capital of Mongolia. I spent one night in Ulaanbaatar, and then the next day took the domestic flight to this remote place called Olgi. So what we had worked on was essentially flying in to Mongolia, the quick clips of what I did during like a half day of just exploring from my Airbnb hostel that I was at, and then taking that flight the next day, meeting the crew of the tour company Beck Travels. So I got to meet the crew that was going to stay with me for the next 2 weeks. By the way, I keep saying 2 weeks. I don't actually know if it was 2 weeks, but whatever the time duration was, we met up. This was our mode of transportation throughout the trip. It's like a Russian van. I'll look it up later. We got through a little bit of the drive. I want to say it was maybe like anywhere from 3 to 5 hours of driving. There was a quick pit stop where I kind of I requested that we make a stop because I saw these double humped camels out in the distance. And this is where, you know, my passion peaks, is around any kind of like animal photography, videography. And plus I'd never seen a 2-humped camel before. So we got through at least just kind of arranging this in order. This is a quick little pit stop I had made at, this might have been Ibo's old home. But yeah, we did a quick pit stop on the way, grab some tea, before we finally hit our headquarters for the next several days. So I'd mentioned this before, I still don't know the name, and I hope it's captured somewhere, the name of the elderly couple that we stayed with. I need to come up with a way to just describe them going forward. I might just say, would old man be too much? I'll just call him our eagle hunter. So we stayed with the eagle hunter. This is his winter home, I guess. This is the yurt or gur, as they call it. And they had a more like kind of established home in the back, and that's where I basically stayed most of the time. All right, so that's eagle hunter over here. This is Dogi on the right. So Dogi was my driver. I forget her name, and it'll come to me at some point, but she was our chef throughout our stay. That's eagle hunter again. And this is Ibo. So Ibo, I actually went on 2 trips with him. When I went back to Mongolia later on that year, he was my guide again. Awesome guy, had so much fun, so you'll hear from him later. All right, so in terms of the ordering, what do we got? We got through here, so then, do I call this a new chapter? Arriving at headquarters. It might not be a new chapter, but I probably will color code it separately anyways. So what color should we go with? We're gonna go with purple. Why not? All right, so purple designates any clips from when I first arrived and just kind of like the meet and greets and so on. So clearly these two. I said this last time as well, but if I'm only about a year to a year and a half, that's not the proper way to say it. I've only had about a year and a half of experience with DaVinci Resolve, let alone like video editing in its capacity in terms of like this kind of long form. So there's a lot of things I don't really know yet. I don't know the lingo, I don't know the shortcuts. There's probably so many better ways to actually edit things. So if anyone ever sees something I'm doing that could be done better, please, by all means, let me know. All right. So this is what we had identified as a clip that I would use to kind of introduce the gear for the trip. So I'm going to put it with the same groupings as the previous chapter, but I need to put it before, actually I probably should put it towards the beginning. So where are we? We land. Okay, so probably around here. I thought I did this already. Maybe nope, I didn't. So basically storytelling wise, it'll be like, okay, I introduce the crew. I show off the van that we'll be using for the majority of our transport. Then I'll have some voiceover where I explain, okay, for this trip, this is the gear that I'll be using. Maybe I'll pause on one of these screens and have those like little overlays where you can see me pointing at, you know, camera 1, camera 2 as I synchronize it with my voice. Or it'll just play and I'll just talk about it and sync the timing. But essentially, yeah, I'll talk about my gear I use, which was a Z9 attached to 2 primary lenses. This guy had the Z9 with the 70-200. The other camera had a 24-70. I have the smartphone attached to a Zhiyun Smooth 5S gimbal. I had a little selfie stick for the Insta360 360 camera, as well as a GoPro I think it's like a GoPro Hero 12 or something. So yeah, anyways, at that point in the story is where I'll just start explaining all my gear. Then we continue on with the actual road trip. So we will be able to explain a little bit of the drive. Here, I mean, every video is different, so I don't know yet how I'm going to formulate this. Most likely on these kind of road scenes, they're just kind of meant to be transitionary scenes. And what I mean is, I probably won't have much dialogue here, and I also don't want to make it too long. So I might just like time it to whatever point in the music where I just take a few clips from all of this to show obviously a passage of time and journeying across unique landscapes. So you'll see everything from, you know, obviously we're in the city in the beginning, then showing as we start hitting more off-roading and different terrains. This part I might actually bump in with the camels. But yeah, so then you'll see as we leave the highway or like the main city civilization, and then it'll show as I jump into off-roading, we'll see the different landscapes, the livestock that we pass by, and then ultimately we'll pause here. At this point, I'll probably jump back in terms of my dialogue and start talking about, like, you know, just for me personally, this was an interesting moment. It was the first time I've ever seen these Bactrian two-humped camels. So maybe I'll do a little bit of Google researching, see if there's any fun facts about them. But I'll time a few of these clips, not the full thing. Same thing, I'll time it with some good music. And then, where is this guy? This guy goes after. Maybe I'll jump back to a clip of the van, just because the view was quite interesting. So then I say, okay, well after this pit stop, we got back in our little Russian van and continued on our way to the homestay. So then, I think this might be the only clip I have of the post-sunset drive. But yeah, maybe this will just act as a little transition. I have a feeling I'm going to cut all this out, this section. Maybe I'll use it in the like a future portion if I'm talking something about the hospitality and the welcome nature of all the locals that we met. Then maybe I'll just hop into a B-roll of this. Otherwise, we're going to then jump into arriving at our base camp. So, base camp with Eagle Hunter, who shall not be named until I can remember it later. So maybe I'll start with, I hope I have more scenes of this, but I'll have to double check. I'll probably want to throw in some clips showing the outside, you know, what it looks like, the terrain. It's like a little farmland. So I mentioned this before, but the interesting thing about Mongolia, especially in the area we were in, there's not really major cities. There is like a town that you can go to, but generally speaking, where I was, it's nomadic culture. So the people who live here, they kind of live portably, or at least mobilely. I don't know if that's a word, but they essentially have mobile homes, or they move to different locations based on the season. So this is like his winter home, and especially with those the yurts or the gurs, they can set that up in like a matter of minutes. So they're really on the go. It's a really interesting aspect of Mongolian culture. So yeah, it's a little bit bare bones is what I'm saying. They don't. It's not like an established home where they continue to build structure after structure. It's just the way of the culture that everything is fairly. It feels a bit like temporary or ready to move on the go, and that's by design. This is our Eagle Hunter, and so they, you know, have a huge flock of. What do they have in terms of livestock? They had yaks, goats, I think like normal cows, maybe, I could be wrong, and a bunch of horses. I don't know if they had camels, but yeah, I don't think they had camels. It was pretty cool. And again, the food we ate was just, oh man, it was, as I'm a meat lover, so meat and rice, that's all I need to sustain myself usually. So they just made a crazy amount of meat. They didn't have rice, but this little sticky thing kind of was a substitute for rice for me. It's like some kind of carbs. It's almost like a sticky pasta style thing. So in terms of storytelling, these would go with the rest of this. So this is always kind of the struggle. I think these kind of scenes, they can be interesting. At least it's interesting to me, depending on what's been said or just to introduce people. But I have a feeling that most people would find it the most boring. I'm assuming if I'm gonna post this on YouTube and hope to attract an audience of, you know, people who want to view my content. Generally speaking, I think people care more about the exciting moments, wildlife or nature and everything else. So this is where I'll have to sacrifice what of my content do I cut out, at least for the vlog. I might end up creating several other videos based on different topics or themes so that not everything will go to waste. Oh yeah, so these were scenes when I went to see the camel. So I might not end up using these. By the way, you guys are watching me doing a process, or this is my current workflow, and this workflow will change over time. I'm only 1 year into my YouTube journey and doing these kind of long form content. So I'm sure there's things that I'll do faster, better, stronger, whatever. For now, I'm just color coding it so that I know what section of the story this most likely belongs in. Let me see if I can move these guys. Alright, we're gonna move all of these guys. Oh, also, I don't know, because I'm so new at streaming. This is, again, my second time really doing this. There is a high possibility, or at least a very, very high chance, that something's wrong with the audio levels. My mic might be coming off really strange or too loud or quiet. I have no idea. And the only time I'll find this out is after I'm done with the stream and I review it, or if someone types it in the chat. But I'm also so new. Yesterday I wasn't even looking at the chat, or I just didn't have a window open for it. And so there's one person who had typed in there and I didn't respond in time, and they're like, is this just a replay? Is this even live? And so I dropped the ball there. So I'm going to keep looking. This time I'm more prepared. Every time I'll be a little bit better, I promise. All right, anyways, so we got these clips. Oh, this was also for that section. Over here. So it seems a little daunting when I say that there's 9 hours worth of footage that I need to essentially review and sift through. Having said that, it's not as overwhelming as you would imagine, because, for instance, look at this clip. This is one clip, and it is like, you know, like, let's call it like 5 minutes long. So not all the clips, like, obviously from this clip, I might, if I even use this at all, it might just be like a few seconds of the 5 minutes. So a lot kind of gets cut out during the filtering process. So no way will my final video end up being like even an hour long. And like I said before, my goal is to actually condense this 9 hours into 15 minutes. I think 15 minutes tends to be a good length for these kind of travel vlogs. And if, as I'm doing this review, if it turns out like, wait, I've got maybe 30 minutes or like 25 minutes or longer worth of really good content that I think is worth sharing, there's no reason to cut it short. That's when I'll go the approach of what I did for my first travel vlog series, which was Uganda, and I'm going to start splitting it up into episodes. The benefit of doing episodes, obviously, is that I have more content. So in terms of posting on YouTube, you know, let's say instead of one 45-minute video, if I have 3 15-minute videos, it just means I can publish them, you know, throughout the month, which helps with my algorithm, my YouTube channel, all of that. But even selfishly aside, I think the episodes make sense, because if I have a single video that ends up being like 30 minutes or 45 minutes, I just have, this is just an assumption, but I assume most people don't have the attention span the longer the video becomes. And unless somehow I'm able to be the most engaging, most exciting storyteller and editing all this into that fashion, I'm not kidding myself to say that, unless I had that kind of talent, I don't think I'll be able to retain people's attention for that long. So yeah, I find short and sweet probably makes sense. 10 to 15 minutes will be the ultimate goal. All right, where are we? We were at the arrival at the homestay. What is this clip? Oh yeah, so this was, whose house was this? This might have been our chef's house, actually. Let's bump this over to the optional section. Hey, kitty cat. That is the sound of kimbap. Let's see if this works properly. This is kimbap. Hey, buddy. Why are you whining? Yeah, good boy. What are you complaining about? You just ate. Yeah, so I have two cats. This is the younger of the two, Kimbap. He used to be much chunkier. I put him on a diet. I think he lost, you know, a fifth of his weight or something. So I just, yeah, I mean, the vet basically called him fat. I was like, yo, you got to put this guy on a diet. So yeah, what a good boy. All right, at some point, my second cat, Nala, will come by. We can hop over to it, but yeah, I set up this camera system. So I've got this Logitech camera hooked up here. I say hooked up, but it's just this loosey goose. And I just have it pointed in the direction of where the cat bed is. This is one of the spots that they like to hang out. I have a third camera, which is just from my monitor screen. Oh, you know what? I think I broke something, so I had to fix it again. Forget about it for now. So this is the main view, and let's get back to editing. I'll jump back if Nala shows up, but otherwise, where were we? Arrival. One thing, it's funny to hear me say this now, given that I'm trying to do live streaming and I have my YouTube channel now. Being in front of the camera is super uncomfortable for me. It doesn't come naturally. It isn't something that I have ever aspired to do or want to do. It was just more of a extension of, as I continue doing what I'm doing, that it made sense that I need to film myself. So you might see an evolution of this in terms of how I record myself. I think for majority of the trips that I've recorded in the past year and a half, I might come off really robotic or not super engaging. I'm not sure. Just because it took me, and it's still taking me some time, feeling like I can act as I do with my friends, family, whatever, talking in front of a camera that I'm holding up, or in this case, talking in the setup to some screens. And yeah, so it's a strange feeling. But you know what? It's like the whole point of what I've been doing this past year and a half is just pushing myself outside my comfort zone in terms of skill sets, learnings, the choices, the risks that I take, and all that. So yeah, with that said, I don't know. There's going to be a lot of cuts from this that I will delete, and hopefully I don't show on screen. But this is a moment, for instance, where I was like, okay, I think I just took the iPhone and I was just explaining my situation as almost like a little diary moment. So
I just woke up.
yeah, I was saying something about just waking up and all that. Let me turn
Track riding, as we're gonna do some real eagle hunting. So the man who lives here, he's
what's the name?
a traditional eagle hunter. His family, his great grandfather, all the way through his lineage, they've all been eagle hunters.
Damn it.
I'm really excited to see what that looks like when they actually go out to hunt in the wild.
All right, so unfortunately this guy on camera did not say the name of the eagle hunter. I mean, worst case, I can just message the tour company or the people I know to get it, but I'm just so lazy, and I don't want to deal with that.
Sorry, the eagle?
Ayolum.
Ayolum?
Her name is Ayolum, yes.
Oh, I thought maybe they were talking about the horse. Was that the name of the wife?
Sorry, the eagle. Ayalum?
Her name is Ayala, yes. It means beautiful and awesome, my darling.
Oh, I think they were talking about the eagle's name, if I'm not mistaken.
So it's Ardak.
Yeah,
Yes! Yes! Ah, okay. So his name is Ardok. I might need to write this down somewhere, but... Okay, so Ardok and Ayalam, I guess. So now the only one missing is the wife. So Ardok was the eagle hunter that we stayed for, I think, about 1.5 weeks or so.
dark and
Ayalam.
Ayala.
Ayalam is the eagle.
Yes.
What about the horse?
No, now I think it's not me.
Yeah, I felt bad. They didn't give a name to the horse. Poor bugger. Also, you know, I love photographing and filming horses. Not that I know much of them, besides they're just really cool looking. The Mongolian horses are, I think they might be my favorite in terms of like their shagginess and like how fluffy their coats are and everything. Although I think I saw some Icelandic ponies years back when I visited Iceland. And was it Iceland? No. Sorry. Oh yeah. Iceland and Ireland, but I think Iceland is the one I'm thinking of, where they also had super fluffy horses. But I mean, look at these guys. All right.
So yeah, I'll just.
Okay, so before I get too ahead of myself, it seems like this might be it in terms of just kind of like a meet and greet. So if later on I find more clips where I'm just outside their establishment, then I can use that as part of it. But otherwise, this will be one color-coded section. This will be our first ride, so clearly it makes sense this will be its own chapter maybe. So this is where I get the names of the eagle and Arduk the hunter.
One day ahead, I think I'll be doing some horseback riding as we're gonna.
Okay, so all this makes sense. Yeah, I have a few drone shots, which again, I mentioned before, I got a little bit better with the drone because I went on a trip a few months after this to Vietnam, and we spent a week with this, you know, award-winning drone photographer, and so she kind of showed me the ropes a bit. But yeah, drones are not as much my thing as opposed to just, you know, dual wielding my mirrorless cameras. So maybe I can use a couple shots from here at some point. The problem is I don't know if I have enough awesome drone shots to want to put it in here, other than maybe as part of the trailer. I'm not sure yet. That's what I'm looking through now. Because the landscape is cool, but the problem is, like, I don't know how much that gets conveyed in my drone footage. Because the drone I'm using, it's not like the highest quality per se. It's a DJI Mini 4 Pro maybe. Okay, I'm making it sound like okay, it's not the camera's fault, it's my fault, user error. I think I was shooting this, I didn't know what I was doing when I'm flying the drone. I probably wasn't even filming this in the proper like log formats. Oh, you know what, it's time for me to check my chats. So Trevor, this is great. One is Uganda, seeing you again. Yeah, appreciate you asking, man. I actually just got off the phone with my the tour partners that I work with, Karingo Safaris in Uganda, because I'm working on an itinerary to go back next year. If all goes well, my goal is to bring groups with me. So I want to do some organized tours to Uganda in April and probably November would be the time frame. Each trip I'm hoping would be at least probably like a 9 to 10 day trip focusing on the primates. So it'd be going from Entebbe to Chibale for the chimpanzees, and then going into Bwindi for the gorillas, and also seeing the shoebills. And then if all goes well and I am able to organize this tour, once the tour is over, my goal is to spend at least one more week after the tour ends to just continue exploring. My goal is to see the Ziwa Rhino Sanctuary, Murchison Falls, and I want to spend several days at the Chimp Island Sanctuary, because I have some contacts now with someone who was the former head of the Uganda Ministry Tourism Board. So my hope is I want to keep exploring Uganda. I want to keep promoting how amazing of a country it is, and hopefully share the best of it. So yeah, I appreciate that comment. John D, do you ever preset the drone's movement or use the follow feature? Oof. Did I ever? You know what? I probably accidentally hit those buttons, but not intentionally. I think, honestly, when I brought this drone, this might have been the first trip I actually took the drone with me. It's behind me, actually, but this is the first trip I think I took the DJI Mini 4 Pro. And I didn't do any practice. I didn't do anything. I just kind of brought it and figured I'll learn on the fly. So I am pretty sure I might have, you know, hit some buttons to do the preset movements. But even if I hit the presets, I think I just did everything incorrectly. You know what? I did hit the follow feature at some point. But again, I think I was just so bad at this. Let's see. If I just play it, what does it look like? It's either I was really bad at this or I was very arrogant, you know, thinking like, you know what, I'll just figure it out. I'll fly it. I'm sure I can figure out the movements. And I definitely struggled quite a bit. So don't judge me by my drone footage. It's something I will only improve later on, but yeah. Hardy, yeah, appreciate it. Trust me, enjoy the VOD. For me, as I mentioned, like the goal is this could be the most boring content in the world, but I kind of enjoy it. I'm hoping it's going to be entertaining with the footages from my travels. But the other bonus element is you guys get to actually see me make the videos. So this is clearly in its raw format. You're seeing all the clips, a lot which will be cut from the final output. But yeah, you'll see me learning and figuring things out. There's gonna be a lot of light bulb moments where I have no idea what I'm doing or how to tell the story, and then all of a sudden the perfect soundtrack or the perfect I figure out something to do with the footage, and it'll look epic in the final results. And so I'm hoping that will happen. And you guys, if you tune in, you guys can follow along. You're thinking about getting one, John D, and wondering how hard it is to learn. Okay, to be honest, I don't think it's that difficult to learn. It's a little bit intimidating at first because, you know, imagine a camera's intimidating. Now put a camera on a flying vehicle that you have to control in three-dimensional space. Obviously, the learning curve is a bit higher. But I will say, so when I did my trip to Vietnam, and you know, I was there with a professional drone photographer. It's just practice. Like you just do it a few times, and honestly, it's just muscle memory. You realize a lot of the buttons most professionals don't even use. So it's just one of those things where of the, let's call it 50 different variations of how you can fly the drone, most professionals probably only use like 2 or 3. It's similar to, you know, how I am with photography as well. You know, it's like, yeah, obviously you can do all these different settings, but generally speaking, I'm just going to use 2 or 3 different kind of my favorite ways to shoot, and that's it. So practice makes perfect. I think the biggest problem for me was more about, the problem is as I do a lot of travels, most countries I want to visit, drones are either in a gray area in terms of regulations or permissibility, or they're flatly just not allowed. So that just becomes hard for me if I'm doing a lot of travels. Like I last year and a half, I was traveling every month, anywhere from 1 to 3 to the whole month I was out. And so if I'm doing consistent travels, but I can't really get consistent practice with the drone, I just can't get anywhere with it. So if you live in a place, a country, if you're near parks, if you're in areas where you are able to actually take your drone outside and just fly it around, then you'll pick it up super quickly. And it is a huge bonus. If you know how to use drones, I think it is a skill set that, you know, you could be used for corporate shoots, for real estate. It could be done for your own personal shoots, weddings. It's an added shot format that is obviously, there's a lot of people who do drone shots, everyone's accustomed to it, but not everyone knows how to do it well. And if you know how to do it, you know, it's one extra bonus for you. All right, anyways, with that said, I am not the drone expert. Yeah. These are the GoPro footages, so this, I think already you can see that I need to adjust the order. So I don't know if maybe I might throw the dog footage towards the beginning when I first arrive at the headquarters, just to, you know, I'm introducing, here's where I'm staying, here's Ardok and his wife, who hopefully I'll get the name later, and also here's their dog, their friendly dog, blah, blah, blah. So it could just be part of my introduction scenes. So let me bump these two up closer to the beginning. Something like this. What other scenes here do I have? But yeah, John D, I appreciate the questions. Thanks, Trevor, Hardy, people who are messaging. Yeah, I'm here also just to answer questions. You know, I acknowledge that my lifestyle is quite unique, or it's unorthodox. Maybe I'll give a quick bio for myself. I'll do it often, but essentially I grew up in the States. I'm from Arizona, and after I went to university in Chicago and I worked from San Francisco, I eventually moved to Dubai, which is where I am now. And I've been in Dubai for a number of years. And yeah, over 5 years. Honestly, time just kind of blends together. The past 1.5 years or so, I left corporate world and I decided, just with different circumstances, this was a good time for me to go full-time into pursuing my passion. Thankfully, I had some savings from my corporate jobs and everything else where I felt I can afford to take the next, I kind of put a timer of like 2 to 3 years, and I'm on year 2 right now. But I said, let me take at least the next 2 to 3 years off of corporate and just dedicate all of my time to just building out whatever I'm doing in this space. And so it was a huge leap of faith. It was a little bit based off of, I had been getting a bit of success on Instagram in terms of just the content I was posting. So there's a lot more interest in the things that I was showcasing. I started as a photographer. I was mainly just showing the different photos that I edit from my travels. But then after COVID, I started actually going more into videography. And I think I got into videography when most photographers were still kind of resistant to, you know, shooting film when they travel. Especially, I'm talking more from like a travel and wildlife photographer perspective in that kind of industry. For me, I was like, yo, like I'm not like beholden to photography. I just want to capture the world the best way possible in any medium and find ways to just tell better stories. So with all that said, I started during, you know, after COVID and during lockdowns, I also got super into tattoos. So all of these tattoos I got after COVID in like the span of 1.5 years. But I figured as I'm getting tattoos, let me actually use my camera gear and actually film it, post it online, create these little Instagram reels in the format of TikTok, right? And I started getting good at that, and I eventually applied that once lockdowns ended and I could travel again. I picked up wildlife photography, and at the same time I was like, let me try to do video now. And so my wildlife videos started to, some of them went viral, some, you know, I put a lot of pride in the videos that I created. So I spent a lot of time making each video seem very cinematic or timed to the music or something. So anyways, that kind of gave me a bit more confidence to say, let me try to pursue this. I need to spend more time on this kind of stuff versus less. And then I picked up a relationship with Nikon, Middle East Africa. I started running workshops for them, teaching people on how to go from, you know, photography to videography. And yeah, ultimately I said, you know what, let me go full time, start to travel more. I do a lot of outreach to different tour companies and lodges around the world to see if I can visit them, scout out the location, and then ultimately can I bring a tour group with me to those destinations. So I've run like a half dozen or so of those types of tours. And now I'm just trying to do it consistently in between me creating YouTube content, posting on social media, and from there we'll see what comes next. But a lot of my focus right now is just learning the skills of telling stories through video, audio, and everything in between. All right, that was my little ramblings. Let's get back to edit mode. So storytelling, where were we? Yeah, so anyways, if you guys have questions about how to travel, how to edit photos, what camera gears to use, video editing, you name it, I'm all yours. If you want to know the names of my cats, I'm kind of an open book with most questions. So these scenes here, I don't know where I should place this.
Oh, here,
I'm not
otherwise
sure.
it goes down, maybe.
Yeah, but I don't know how to tighten it. Because it's off to the side.
Also, I don't know if you can tell, I can hear it in my voice there, but it is so freezing that your body just feels like lethargic. It's like your tongue gets numb, your face is frozen. So even to speak, it's like it's an effort. So I sound very slurred and sluggish, more than usual. Okay. So all of this will go as part of that first journey. So maybe these guys need to pop up to the front. Okay, so this I might synchronize, or I might actually show two clips at once, depending on if I have both moments captured. What I mean by that is I had multiple cameras running. You can see here, this was the GoPro that was on my head. I'm imagining I might have had another camera going. Oh, you know what? This is from a different shoot, because I didn't have the... Oh yeah, here. Okay. So here, for instance, I had the point of view of my smartphone that was pointed directly at me, obviously. And then I don't know, maybe this might be the same clip from which I can find the exact moment where I was filming it. If I can find it, then I might do like a, what do you call those? Like a camera overlay on top of the camera. Just, yeah, it's just a cool moment where you can see two different visuals of the same moment. Otherwise, I'll need to go through this and see which one's better. Is it better from the GoPro? Is it better from the 360 camera? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. You guys can tell me, but I personally am just not a fan of the drone shots here. So there's a big chance that I might even just completely just not use it. But we'll put it into like a TBD category. Ah, perfect. So this needs to go in the front. Okay, so this was the footage from my Insta360. So I mentioned this is the first trip I went on where I had the Insta360. This is the 360X3. Since then I've actually upgraded to an X4, and now there's already an X5, so it's kind of insane how fast tech is moving. But when I bought the 360 camera, I didn't actually buy the selfie stick. So in the Istanbul airport, I just bought a random selfie stick that's not designed for the 360. So you can see here, if you have the actual selfie stick that goes with the camera, it completely deletes, like it uses some level of stitching to actually identify the selfie stick and remove it from your actual footage. It's like magic. Unfortunately, I was using some third-party selfie sticks, so you can't see it here. But I might use a few shots from here. Also, it turns out I'm really not good at horse riding. I didn't know how to... Okay, my problem... I have no problem with balancing on the horse. The problem is I feel so bad about kicking the horse to get it to move. And I know that's how you're supposed to get it to move. But yeah, like I just didn't have the confidence to kick the shit out of my horse. So yeah, basically at some point they just took the reins from me and just kind of guided me along. Oh yeah, here. So after they saw that I wasn't really getting the horse to move properly, they just said, okay, whatever, we'll drag you. Yeah, so a lot of this footage will not make it just because, you know, look at this shot. It doesn't really say much. But hopefully there's at least a few seconds in all of these clips that I can use for anything, right? So maybe it's like a clip from here where I have some voiceover being like, yep, I was trying out the 360 camera for the first time, boom, and then you can see that moment. I've got some shots from the iPhone. iPhone is usually pretty good in terms of stability. Obviously the problem is the quality sometimes is not as good, but this turned out decent. I think I was shooting in Apple Log, which gives me a higher, you know, control over the colors and everything. But I filmed this in vertical. Unfortunately, because I film, this is the biggest dilemma for me is when I'm traveling is like, do I want to capture footage in vertical mode or landscape? Obviously vertical has its benefits for social media. So when I publish something on TikTok or Instagram or Shorts, you know, like it makes sense. People are watching from a mobile screen, so vertical content works best. But for YouTube and everything else, landscape is obviously the way to go. Also, landscape can be a lot more cinematic and immersive. So I still don't have a good answer yet in terms of what I prefer. Technically, I can film in landscape and then you can crop a vertical out of it, but you do also lose a lot of resolution by doing that. So everything's about trade-offs. And unfortunately, as a solo traveler, you have to, you know, I don't have anyone else I can rely on to film, you know, the alternate scenes for me or do anything else. I tend to travel solo, and as such, you know, I only got two hands and one body, so you got to figure out what to prioritize. With that said, I also have really high endurance for these insane things. So like you can see, I'm like traveling with, I used to travel, I still do, but like I would have two straps, two cameras at all times, the 70-200 and 24-70 lens. I would have my backpack, a sling bag with extra lenses. I've got those GoPros that I can attach to the chest or the head, and yeah, you become a little bit like Inspector Gadget. But okay, yeah, these scenes. Oh wait, no, I needed to push this forward, right? Okay, I meet the dogs, so I should maybe put this in the same category. So I arrive, I meet the horse, I meet Ardok's dog, and then we have a few clips where we sit together, have some tea and eat. I explain who Ardok is, then we go on our first ride. Okay, so in terms of sequencing, I think this is making sense. Yeah, like look at this scene, right? This is subjective, obviously, but to me, when you shoot in landscape like this, it just, especially wide angle or whatever, but I think this looks a lot more cinematic than the shot before. Let's do a little comparison here. So this is the vertical shot, which is nice. Like, you know, I shot it in a widest angle. It gives you an interesting point of view. It probably looks more immersive without the borders on the left and right. So if you're just looking from your phone at some point. But then if you compare it to the next scene, if I can play. Okay, it's probably not a fair comparison because I am showing this from a landscape mode, you know, orientation, but yeah, it's just, shots in landscape just feels much more like you're in the moment. So as I'm saying this out loud, I definitely have a bias. Like, I think I do just need to prioritize filming in landscape mode. But I mean, some of the most viral clips that I've posted on Instagram or TikTok, it came from shots that I originally filmed in vertical mode. So yeah, I don't know. You guys are getting the inner monologue right now as I'm brainstorming, but at least to show you the comparison, there you go. All right, so a little bit more of these shots. So this will be like a nice little point of view of what it looked like on the ride. I'll mix it in with the little selfie shots, and then this is when we got to the top of the mountain. Was there a selfie there? Let me see. Okay, brief selfie. Ooh, thank you, Osao. Oh my god. Osao. Thanks for subscribing on YouTube. I appreciate it. YouTube is my biggest next chapter step that I'm on. Well, actually, technically now it's Twitch and Kick. But yeah, YouTube was a recent journey of mine. I started about a year ago, and about 2 months ago, I finished all my travels. So now I've been able to just dedicate time in front of my home studio, work on all my videos every day. And I figured, you know what, while I'm at home working on these videos, why not try live streaming at the same time? I got all the camera gear, the lights and everything, so why not do both? So that's what you're seeing now, is me attempting to be a streamer in tandem with doing the YouTube journey. So hopefully I can entertain you guys, and hopefully each stream that I do, it'll keep getting better and better. But yeah, thank you, Osile. And thank you, Rayleigh, for subscribing. Cool. All right, so these are just shots when we were doing our first I don't remember if this is an actual eagle hunt, like if we went hunting, or we just kind of did a horse ride just to see the landscape and do some photo shoots. But what's not really depicted here properly is how freezing the temperature was. It was always hovering. I don't think it was ever warmer than negative 15 degrees Celsius. And a lot of times when we were out, it was like maybe negative 25 to 30. And at its worst, it was definitely negative 40. So I think I shot this with the iPhone. Yeah. See, you know what I will say, obviously, I will always shout out my professional camera gear, like my mirrorless cameras and everything from Nikon. But you know what? The iPhone is good. The GoPro is great. You know, these things, they're really good for stable shots. So even though I was bouncing, you can see, right? You can see with the eagle hunters in front of me. That's what was happening with me. I'm just bouncing up and down. But the beauty of these cameras, they can stabilize everything to make it look like you were just flying, you're just gliding. And it works then for me as a content creator to have usable footage. So, quick pause here. This is my main backpack that I use for all my trips. It's a Gitzo backpack. It fits my largest lens, a 400mm lens, and you know, my cameras and everything in it. It's super durable. Later on in this journey, you'll see a clip where one of the eagles shat all over my backpack, which took me an hour to clean up. But yeah, it survives everything. Ooh, okay, so this is another scene. Maybe I need to front load. Let's see. Yeah, so this was me, right? There's no avoiding it. You're just bouncing around like an idiot. But again, thankfully the camera gears, they can stabilize the footage really, really effectively. All right, I just need to move. Basically, I just want to combine all the potential clips that look like something I can use at the start of when I arrived. Even if it's like a few days later or something, to me, from a storytelling angle, I just want to see anything that could potentially be used where it shows me at their in front of the homestay. So just jumping that ahead. I was wearing this dope fox coat that Arctic. Arctic is a hunter, and so that's one of the clips I showed earlier. He's like, you know, he hunts foxes, and unfortunately they hunt palace cats, or they used to in the past. But yeah, they would hunt it, so they would make use of it. So for them, it was hunting the animals so that they can stay warm in the winter. And it did help a lot to have that coat. Well, I had like 5 layers on, and even then I'm just freezing my ass off. You can see here I had like an inner layer, a thin one, so I had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I had like 5 layers. Alright, I look like such an idiot bouncing around here, but the quality of the shot is pretty crisp, so I'll end up using some portion of this. Okay, we get the point. Arduk and his eagle. Ayalam. Again, just for comparison in terms of size, these guys are massive. These golden eagles, my god. Like, you know, stay away from, keep them away from babies and stuff. Because this thing, again, I alluded to it earlier. There's like some video I think I saw where you see an eagle pick up like a sheep or a goat or something, just lifts it up in the air and then air drops it. It's like that thing looks 10 times its size. The fun fact I mentioned before is that the female eagles are the ones that the eagle hunters capture and use, because the females are larger than the male counterparts for eagles as well as falcons. I don't remember how they explained it to me. I don't know if I have it on film. I think I was asking about like, okay, so this is like a cultural thing, right? Eagle hunters. It's a cultural thing in both Mongolia as well as I think Kazakhstan, maybe some of the other like Central European, Central Asian countries. But I don't actually remember how they said they actually capture the eagles. It's either when they're juveniles, they capture them from the nest, or maybe they capture them as adults in the wild somehow. But they will bond with the eagles for a number of years, I believe, and then at some point they release them back into the wild. Yeah, I think Ibo, the translator and my guide, he was explaining like in some ways, maybe he was joking and it got lost in translation, but I think he said Arduk like cares for the eagle like maybe on par with or even more than his wife. That could have been a joke, but yeah, there's a special bond that they have essentially. Oh, different something I learned later on from a recent desert safari I did in Dubai with some local Emiratis, including like some falcon hunter. Apparently in Dubai, falconry is huge, but for them when they're breeding the falcons, they do like competitions, like beauty contests and stuff like that. But essentially the value of the falcon goes up if they never make a noise. So like if a falcon was shrieking like this eagle is, the value of that falcon like drops like precipitously, because to them they pride in like having the stoic and like quiet type of falcons. So little side fun fact I learned. Yeah, these guys are so talkative. It's kind of like my other cat. Where are you, Nala? Alright, so these are just some kind of... I might also put these footages towards the beginning, because I think in terms of storytelling, I want to explain the concept of eagle hunting, I guess. So it probably makes sense that I show clips of the eagle hunter with his eagle and his horse in the very beginning, and then eventually show me going out in the wild with them. I think that makes sense. So probably before all of that, of me horse riding and going out with them in the wild, I need to have these clips beforehand. So let's just jump this over here. I think that makes sense. All right. Oh, we like I still have what? This is this is crude math here, but let's say I'm roughly at the 2.5 hour mark. Is that right? Yeah. So we still got like 7 hours or so of footages to go through. All right, let me see what. I'm just gonna jump ahead to this scene real quick because he was a professional. What do you call him? I was gonna say yodeling, but that's not it. There are. It's like the Mongolian throat singers. So he's like a throat singer. So we visited his home. Let's see if I can play it. This might be. Throat singing. So unfortunately I didn't get to see this guy. So like he also has his own like outfit, like the traditional outfit. That would have been really cool to film him wearing all the traditional garb and doing some throat singing, but that will have to be for the future. But yeah, that was kind of cool. For me, it's like I love traveling to see just the different cultural aspects. It's a very, very different way of living than what I'm used to. Alright, so we can jump back. Alright, I do want to take a pause from this just because, my god, there's so much content here. I kind of want to jump into my photos because I do, in tandem, I need to edit all of my photography stuff. So, this could be a nice little, shifting of gears, and I'll go into photo editing mode. This is my kind of bread and butter, I would say. And what I mean is, like, again, this is what I started with in terms of this journey into learning how to, capture moments from my travels. I started with photography. And, photography, I think I started back in maybe like 2016 or so. Before I moved to Dubai. But that was also, as I got more into photography, it was part of the reason I decided I wanted to move to Dubai, was I just wanted to move abroad before I got, too settled down in terms of my lifestyle, so that I could keep traveling, have no distractions. Dubai, you're in the center of the world, essentially. You're like in between 3 different continents. So it allowed me to really explore the world and give me more opportunity to photograph and learn how to be a better photographer. But yeah, and then it's not to say I'm like some professional in the sense of like, I have a style of editing and it's a style that it's my own, but it's also from my inspirations from other photographers that I learned from, and just from my travels. I don't do anything crazy special, I would say. I just have my technique, and then I apply it almost every time. But it's what works for me. I used to spend hours on a single photo. I kind of do still, but I used to be like, you know, especially when I had a shittier laptop and different like systems, it would take a long time to edit. I could spend 3 full days on just one photo because I get very perfectionist, I guess. Yeah, I'm very much a perfectionist for a lot of things that I do. And so every pixel I'm like making sure it's in line with whatever I'm trying to build or create. I don't do that as much nowadays because I've shifted over to videography, so I'm a little bit less, I've calmed down a bit when it comes to that. But anyways, these are some of the photos that I'd kind of filtered. So the way I work, usually I'll have all the photos, and I spend the time meticulously going through each photo, and then the ones that I think makes the cut, I'll have like a 5 number rating system, but I'll just give it like a 1 or a 2 so that I can move to the next step and the next step. So in this case, it's sped along because I've already done the steps, but I've identified a number of photos that I wanted to at least do the basic retouches on before I continue further with like which ones make the final cut. So a lot of these ones that I've ranked as a number 2 has gone through this kind of denoising and enhancing like basics just to sharpen the image slightly. And then I can go through the similar shots and see which of these do I actually want to work on. And, if I choose one, then I'll rate it a number 3 or, you understand, you get the point. It just goes higher in ratings until I end up with a 5-star, 4 or 5-star. So in this case, for instance, I have a lot of the similar shots. So that this question is like, okay, which of these do I want to work with? Or maybe none of them at all. The problem here is composition wise, like these are things I keep learning over time. There's still a lot that I do incorrectly. Still a lot of things I can do better. Composition here, it's just not the greatest. One, you're shooting it directly against the sun. So out here, it's just going to be either washed out entirely, like it might be fully blown out in this area near the sun. But then also, obviously that means you don't really get as much details in the actual subject because you're just getting the backside of them from the sun. So then it just depends on how powerful is your camera. Thankfully I do have a powerful camera, so you can see that a lot of the details you can rescue if I just lift the shadows up. But it also just means the photo has to work harder to recover some data points, which then you make your image slightly degraded in different ways. So you might be introducing noise, you might have some artifacts appear. So yeah, generally speaking, shooting against the sun isn't the best if you want to actually highlight your subject. I personally like shooting against the sun though. I love like silhouette shots. There's some of the more like artistic, cinematic kind of feels to them. But unfortunately here, the silhouette itself doesn't really look that clean because you got this little horse that's jutting out from the side. In my opinion, the angle of the eagle just doesn't feel great, I guess. Like I think maybe if the wings were a bit more flattened so you can see the width of it a lot more than just this thin line, maybe it could be better. But again, there's a lot of weight to this image to the top right because you got the eagle on the top right from the center. You've got the dark clouds that are gathering, again, center and center right. Whereas off to the left, it's just a lot of open space, which could work, but I don't know. Just for me right now, the way this is weighted, it wouldn't make the cut. Here's one that I did edit way back. This is like months ago. I was just kind of quickly doing some edits. This one I think I did highlight to at least edit further because the face was slightly more visible than some of the other shots. Like here you don't see the face at all, the eagle, so I was like, okay, this one could work. But again, I don't know. Like, am I really gonna publish this shot somewhere? I just, I don't know. If I have no other choice and that's the only shot of these guys that I have, like in that angle, then yes. But otherwise, yeah, let's see what else I got. Some other things. So this, you can see I was shooting with a 20mm lens. So I switched over to my widest angle lens that I own, which is a 20mm. So then it gives me a lot more of this kind of almost like a fisheye effect, but not really. But it's wide enough that it can capture, you know, these two subjects together. I shot at 1.8 aperture, so the aperture essentially made it so I can get really good depth and this kind of separation of the eagle from the background. But unfortunately, it means that the eagle hunter, Arduk, is blurry. So it was a lesson learned for me after this trip where I was like, oh shoot, I didn't even think about that. But in my mind, I generally, the instinct for a lot of photographers is you have this beautiful lens that shoots at such a low aperture. And what I mean by low is like, you know, the F number is super low. Like you could have a 1.2 or a 1.8 or 2.8. And most people, you spend a lot more money to have a lens that has that type of aperture, because the lower the number, the creamier the shot can be, in the sense of you get this what they call the bokeh effect, where it separates the subject from the background cleanly, where the background looks nice and soft and, like, you know, blurred. So you can get more of these really nice shots with that low aperture. And also you have a lot more light that can enter your camera sensor, so it helps, you know, in dark situations better. So you have cleaner images and all that. So generally speaking, I think photographers want to shoot at that low aperture at all times, including myself. But the lesson learned here was that, hey, you know, especially for portraitures, if you're taking a group shot of a number of people, if you just choose to shoot at that 1.8, and unfortunately, I didn't realize this until much later, if you're looking at, you take the shot, or even when you're about to take the shot, it's not always that obvious in the moment that, like, you know, this is what it looked like when I took the shot. It's not that obvious in the moment that the face of the subject is actually very, very blurry, because the sensor is very small, the viewfinder is small, your monitor screen is small. So a lot of this you'll end up missing out until later that you actually messed up your shot. So this is an example of that, where I was like, oh shoot, it was nice framing. There's a lot I could do with this, but unfortunately, he's completely blurry. So now it's either a creative choice I go in the direction of, or I zoom in on just the eagle. But yeah. So in hindsight, this is an example of a shot. If I could do it over again, I probably would have upped the aperture to like a f5.6 maybe, or even higher potentially, because I was shooting with the sun, or the subjects were facing the sun. It's, you know, it's middle of the day, so there's no lack of sunlight. So there was no reason for me to shoot at that 1.8 except for just, it was an instinctive choice. But yeah, and especially with the software these days, you can manually blur out the background really effectively. So that's more reason that, you know, it's like, hey, you know what? Just make sure your subject is sharp more than anything else. Yeah, like look at that. How cool is this guy? But unfortunately, blurry. Some people prefer that. You know, some people might look at this and be like, hey, you know what? It's like, it just looks more artistic. And yeah, I want the focus to be on the eagle. And like, I don't, you know, yes, he's a secondary subject, but the primary focus is about the eagle, right? It's like, that totally makes sense too. But in some ways, this is me like retroactively justifying my poor decision making. Yeah, like the eyes here. I think I have a number of these types of shots where you can actually see the eyelid. They have like a secondary eyelid to protect their eyes from, you know, obviously imagine if you're flying, you don't want something hitting your eyes at high speed. So they have these like protective secondary eyelids, or I don't know what you call it. But it does lead to some really cool shots depending on when you know, freeze the frame. Yeah, the cool thing is I have so many shots. I have way too many shots of the eagles and the eagle hunters. So it does mean that it's more time for me to have to go through it all. but it also means I have like better choices of super cool quality. Like look at, I think the pose of this eagle is quite awesome. Now here's another example where, again, these are just lessons to be learned from. Unfortunately, the focus was on the beak, right? And again, it's like, this is the first time I ever had this opportunity where I'm photographing essentially a wild animal, but like a large bird up close. And so, you know, all you can do is get better each time. But here, in hindsight, you know, I should have been aware that I didn't have the focus properly set up. And sometimes you do have to just switch over to manual. I forget if this is autofocus or if I had done this accidentally, but yeah, it just requires you to twist the lens a little bit and switch it to get the focus proper. Also, a reason why I don't have to necessarily shoot at 1.8. If I shot at like a 2.8 or f4, I would have got the whole face captured properly. And so now I'm forced to choose like this artistic direction as opposed to having a shot where the whole face was in focus. Ragnar asks, are you Rice Gum's brother? You know, brother, we are all brothers and sisters, okay? You're my bro. Rice Gum, I've heard of that guy. I don't know much about him besides I think he was one of the pioneer Asians on YouTube. But I didn't see a lot of his content. I just thought that there might have been a few clips of his that I'd seen in the past where he came off as kind of a dick. I could be wrong, but I think he was very controversial, or he just didn't seem like the someone that I was interested in watching his content. Who I did like was Ryan Higa, the guy who did the Nice Guys music video. Now that, if you had asked if he was my brother, I just would have said yes, and I would accept that as one of the best compliments. But hopefully you meant that as a compliment. Oh no, you were raised racist? Okay, never mind. Listen, I don't judge. As long as you know, you keep it PG enough, then we're good. Then we're Gucci. Well, I think if I remember, Rice Gum, he wasn't like a bad looking guy, so I appreciate that. I'm gonna take it as a compliment. Damn. See, even this shot, yeah. The problem is I did not get the focus. The way I do photos though is I'm a machine gunner, so I just end up shooting like 1,000 photos for every session. So just as an example, how many shots did I take this day? 1,600 shots from this day. The next day I shot 2,000 photos. So yeah, one day on my trip I took 17,000 photos in a single day. That was from my Uganda trip of April of 2024. So my hope is that I shoot so many photos that at least one should look good. That's how I work. Ragnar, Ryan Higa is a good Taiwanese dude. Well, that's cool. I did not know. You're only racist to... you know what? I feel like I shouldn't be saying these things out loud, but listen, man, you do you. I'm happy to hear you're at least not racist to everyone. That's progress. Someday, hopefully, we'll work on the other races that you have issues with, but you know, nobody's perfect, all right? We all have our journeys. But yeah, I do agree with you. Ryan Higa is a good dude. I didn't know he was Taiwanese, but all right. Anyways, tell me this shot was in focus. Nope. So if I don't have any of these shots in focus, at least from this photo shoot session, it's not the worst thing. Because again, if you look at this zoomed out, you can't really tell. You know, it's like there are ways that I could manually, like for instance, okay, let's just do an example. If I haven't already done it before, I would just take a brush and you just manually kind of mask the brush. With the brush, I just kind of mask the eye. And the whole point is I'm just trying to say, hey, I want to only edit this eye. Don't touch any other part of the image. Actually, let me let it bleed a little bit to the eyelid area. Then I will, once this area has been selected, I can just make whatever changes I want. So here I might do something like increase the texture. The clarity maybe, not so much because it gets too dark. Of course, the sharpness I can change. If I add too much sharpness, it adds a lot of noise and artifacts, so you got to be careful there. Just a little bit. Okay. So this is the before, and then this is the after. So, you know, look, it's not magic. It won't like solve a completely blurry image, but there are different tools you can use. For instance, I had put this through a software that I use called Topaz Photo AI. Ragnar, some people hear the word racist and think of discrimination, but you love black people. Well, that's good to know, man. I also love all people, including black people. So we're kindred. See, we are brothers. But yeah, appreciate it, man. Thanks for your compliments. Okay, so anyways, I can highlight this. Let me do the other eye real quick. Man, I used to be so... This is an example of what I'm talking about, where in the past, not so distant, past, I used to get so perfectionist, OCD, whatever, about like making sure I got everything properly brushed, make sure I'm omitting anything that doesn't belong, and then I went a little crazy with it. I don't care as much now, but I'm doing the speedrun version. But I just want to show you guys that you can rescue your image even if you have user errors like I did, where the eyes were too soft because the focus was off. But you're seeing basically how I can add some texture, add a little bit of sharpness to it. Again, it's obviously still blurry, but you can trick the visual to feel like it's not blurry. Like if you look at this eye here, clearly blurry when you zoom in, but at a distance, it's not half bad. This one a little bit better than the one in the back there, but so, and it's definitely good for social media. Like, if I blast this as a huge print, then it's very, very obvious. Here it's like, okay, imagine this is a post for social media. Let's say if let's try one of these guys. Yeah, so if I posted this on its own, sure, some people might be able to zoom in and be like, yo, what the heck, man? Why are you posting this one? The eyes are clearly not in focus. But for the average person who looks at this, I think it's a cool pose. I think more than anything, I think for a good photo, it's a weight. You have to do like a weight distribution of different factors. And so obviously proper focusing, proper lighting, proper colors, all that plays a factor, but it's not like the only factor that matters. And so if I have other things that can actually outweigh it in some ways, then we're good. So for example, the actual head pose, the way it's looking, the fact it's looking straight at the camera, the fact that it's got to me, I kind of like that it's slightly kind of crooked face, like it's cocking its head a bit, but the beak is almost fully, facing the camera. There's something about this pose that is very, it kind of is imposing. So it can forgive the blurriness of the eyes because of the pose. So yeah, that's just kind of like the internal arguments that I'll have as I'm editing photos to figure out which one makes the cut, which one do I want to spend more time on. This might be one that I would actually maybe increase to like a 3-star or 4-star to say like, look, let's get back to it later. And if I really don't have a better image, that might be the one I will use. But yeah, we'll see. So let's see what is in focus. So here, thankfully, this is an example where I did get a decent focus on the eye. Really cool pose. Now the Arduck is, again, not in focus, but it's a little bit better than the previous example I showed because he wasn't as far away from the subject in terms of the spatial distance to the camera. So while he is slightly blurry, there's a little bit more texture to his face and to his hat, for instance, over here. So it's a little bit more forgiving as a kind of like a full screen shot. But it could be better. Like, again, these are all lessons learned as I was doing the shoots. see. This is the one in the past I 4-starred. I'm assuming I 4-starred it because, yeah, so as an example here, we've got decent focus on the face. You know, it's like you can see the texture much more clearly on Ardok's face. Now, he does have the glasses, so it's a little bit harder to kind of tell that his eyes are in focus or not. And thankfully, on the other side, we can see that the eagle's eye is also in focus. Now, kind of the problem could be the pose here is not as cool as the other poses we saw. But there's a little bit of a synergy here in the sense that they're both looking off to the left. So it's not like the most disconcerting or the most like jarring to use this as a potential photo I want to publish. Everything's subjective though. Like everything I'm saying, by the way, it's just photography. It's just art, you know, like there's no wrong answer. It's whatever speaks to you, you know, go for it. All right, so a lot of these photos I probably won't use because I think I have better photos anyways. Maybe I'll use something like this if I have a good clean shot. Okay, let's just use this as an example. Let's do a quick edit for it. So I have a little preset that I created that will separate the subject from the background. It'll soften the background slightly, and then it brightens and lifts the shadows a little bit on the subject, but I need to do a bit more. Or sorry, like texturizes a bit. So you can see this is the power of photography, photo editing, all of that. So because I captured this photo with a really high resolution camera, like you can see here, it's a 8,256 by 5,504. That's the resolution. So like in terms of the pixels, there's a lot that's being captured in this footage or this photo. But also using Lightroom and these editing tools, and because I shot this as a raw image, what looks like a pitch black photo of the horse, you can actually see like actually it's not really pitch black. It's just that was like the raw state of the photo. But if you actually were to dissect the image file, you can see there's all this data that's actually saved, and it leaves the work to you to figure out how do you want the final product to look like. So it basically gives you an empty canvas essentially, with a lot more room for you to make the final product look like whatever you want it to be, if that makes sense. So for me, it's like, okay, I don't want to lift the shadows too much, but just enough that you can see a bit more of the texture on the horse. I'll probably go back later and darken some parts of this a little bit more, so it's not such a flat grayish kind of feel to it. I just wanted to show you guys quickly how I do my editing. Here's the background. So just as an example of like how crazy you can do your photo edits, right? So obviously this looks very, very unrealistic. Generally speaking, I like to do my photo edits to mimic reality. I say generally, especially with wildlife. I think I've gone through an evolution of my editing style for sure. In the past, I used to be a lot crazier with like overly saturating my images, making it really poppy colors and just artistic, let's say. And I don't take it back because that was when I was especially learning a lot more. I was still in the early stages of like the learning curve of like photography and editing. Having said that, especially with wildlife photography, I do feel like there is a level of natural... My God, is naturalism a word? There's a level of keeping things realistic and like nature, because you are capturing nature. You're capturing the wildlife. So the crazier you make your editing, the less you're able to transport viewers into that moment, just because now they're looking at something very fictional versus something that they can still connect the dots of like where you are at. Oh yeah, this is a tiger in XYZ location, whatever. So like generally speaking, I try not to go so crazy with the editing. I spend most of my time with my wildlife editing these days more on like lighting. So maybe it's like on the framing, it's on adding more light in a certain direction to make some parts more visible. It might be blurring parts of the background or unwanted elements in the image, Those are the things I try to focus on, as opposed to like unnatural colors and some of the other crazy things I used to do. In this case, I like to separate the subject from the background, usually, unless the landscape is important for the image, where like to see the texture. In this case, the landscape is pretty cool. Me looking at this right now, there's a lot of ugliness to the ground here, in the foreground. All these like little mounds that were kicked up from, I think, horse hooves and like the livestock. Some people will actually go and like actually remove all of these mounds. I don't really have strong opinions about that. Like, you know, the question of like how much do you Photoshop of your images? For me, like, I'm not posting these for, what do you call those, like a photo contest and things like that. So it just doesn't matter as much for me. Like, yeah, I'm happy to edit these out if I just want like a really crisp image. I think it is bordering on unethical if you are doing those kind of omissions or removals of things, and you're trying to submit this photo for like some photo contest that's supposed to depict like real nature and whatever. Otherwise, if it's just for yourself and your social media posts, whatever, as long as you're not lying about whatever, so yeah, edit away however you feel like it. So generally speaking, I try not to do that too much, unless it's something like, yeah, it just depends. Everything is like case by case. For me here, I look at this as like, my biggest reason is like, I'm too lazy to get rid of all this, more than like anything ethical about it. But a lot of this sky here, I think, is unnecessary. And I think this is better for like a wide angle shot. So I want to figure out ways to cut out a lot of the foreground. And if there are ways to cut out some of the background I want to cut out of the sky, and some of the foreground, just because of how messy it is. So this looks like a shot that makes sense to keep the subject centered. And then just the question becomes, how much do I crop in? So let's go with that for now. So yeah, this might end up being like a nice framing. And then from that framing, I might then continue, you know, editing further. So on the left, I have all these presets, which are just this kind of like Instagram filters, but these are all presets that I had created myself. So actually, these are things that I sell. So I sell my presets on my website for any other aspiring photographers, so that, you know, you basically get a shortcut to a lot of my editing style. So each of my presets were actually used for some of my favorite photos that I've ever published or shot. Yeah, so I might go through these this is more for me to get a sense of like some creative concepts or ideas. So let's say, you know, maybe something like this works, where it's like, oh, you know what, I want to retain a little bit of the brightness in the background. It is like a winter landscape, so that could be something I go with. This one looks pretty clean. You know, it's not like too crazy with the edits. It's just more, again, you can see the difference is a lot more just on changing the lighting as opposed to the colors. Some I do change the colors on, just FYI. I tend to do like a lot more warm tones. This is not bad. I do like these kind of faded looks. What I mean by that is, if I zoom in on the guy, so here you can see it's darkened the image, like clean, like everything is uniformly darkened, but there's almost like this layer of we call it like a fade, but there's a little bit like a faded effect to the subject. It kind of washes out the subject, but I personally kind of like that look. It's like kind of like a vintage look. I do it a lot for my darker images. So if I shot something in low light, or it's just a dark image to begin with, I tend to, instead of making something look pitch black or like a high contrast, I like this faded look instead. So just a personal decision, but yeah. Cool, that's not bad. That works, but if I keep this one, I might just change the color. So the temperature in the background, where it's like very orangish. Yeah, I don't think it works for the shot. This one's not bad. So I might. This one's also not bad. So this one's called the Muted Giraffe Walk. So I usually label all my presets to kind of remind myself what image was I editing when I created it. So clearly this one is in a preset I created for a giraffe photo that I took, where ultimately I decided on this style where it kind of muted some of the colors and made it a little bit more like monotone. In this case, I think it focused a lot on like the red tone, like a little bit of the warm tones retained. Other colors were muted a bit. Actually, I think this one speaks to me the most. So this is like an example where I might just say, you know what, we're good. Like, I don't really care to edit much more than this. This should suffice. Whereas back in the day, every photo I'm like manually custom photo editing each image, regardless, irrespective of like it was based on a preset. I would still then spend like another however many minutes or hours like fine tuning it. Now I'm trying to be like a little bit more optimizing with my time, because now I have to focus a lot on video edits, which takes much more time. So yeah. But this is why I created the presets. Presets are all about saving time. So now that I have all these presets, if I just happen to have one, then it means this works perfectly. I don't have to spend the time I normally would have had to create all of the masks and figure out what's the right settings. I'm just good to go. This looks great. Then I can just jump to like, okay, what's the right framing? So it could end up being, I'm like, you know what? This looks better for vertical shot. So it might be like, oh, you know what? This ends up being the final product, or this is the thing that I would post on social media. Now, one thing I briefly mentioned before, I've been busy traveling, and as part of that, the sacrifice has been that I haven't had time consistently to be posting on my social media, like my Instagram. And this is a risk that I knew I was taking in the past year and a half, where I said, look, I need to take a pause on Instagram so I can focus on building up a YouTube channel from scratch, and also from traveling every month to capture content and prepare myself for future trips. So I haven't really been posting regularly on Instagram. You will see I posted recently, and I have gotten better now that I'm back from my travels. But these live streams, I'm going to use it to, again, you're watching me in real time edit photos and videos of content that I'm going to ultimately post on my YouTube channel and everywhere else. But you can also watch me as I'm editing these photos, and like this is an example where I'm like, you know what, this is actually a great photo. I might make it like a 4x5 image so I can post it as an Instagram image. But like, let's take this example, and maybe I say, you know what, that's good enough. You can actually watch me in real time edit this photo, export it, and then I'll post it on Instagram. And for those of you who join my live streams, and as I continue doing this on a daily basis, the added benefit is you actually got to see the making of, right? How the sausage was made. You're seeing how I took the raw image into its final form, or you saw how I took that raw video into something that becomes something I'm posting. So hopefully that's a nice little moment for you guys to be a part of this community and watch me. And also, listen, again, this is my second day streaming a channel. I think I might have 1 or 2 followers, if that, on the Twitch and Kick combined or whatever. So we're starting small here, but the goal is, if I keep doing this and if that community grows, your input will also be a part of my editing process, right? So as I choose the images, I'll start asking you guys, like, look, I have like 10 photos of the same exact thing. Which of these ones do you think should be the one that makes the cut? And then I would ideally be in a position where I can do community polls, and maybe out of the 3 choices, this one is ranked the highest. So then we're going to edit this one, right? Okay, what about the different color corrections and the different ways that I'm editing the actual image? People have differing opinions on that, and we can put it to a poll. I will essentially apply your feedback into what's being created, and I hope that will be a fun part of being in this community, where you are creating alongside me for whatever gets posted. So just as an FYI, that's kind of like the aspirations I have for everything I'm doing here. It's sharing my knowledge on photo editing, sharing my thoughts, sharing the images, my stories, memories, and everything from my travels, and then also building a community of other like-minded travelers, photographers, aspiring videographers, you name it. Okay, so here I'm just going to copy all these edits, and I wanted to see how it looks on this guy. So let me just jump that in here. Okay. not as nice as the other one, but that could be fixed once I bring some color back in, or some light. So let me just adjust a bit of the framing. And let's increase let's lift the shadows a bit. And unfortunately, this was a very dark image when I took it. I don't know what I was thinking, but yeah, see, so when the shot originally is very, very dark like this, this is just user error. You know, I didn't have my settings properly set up in terms of my exposure. So I think I must have shot this in auto exposure, and the background is very, very brightly lit. So then the camera assumes the image is very bright. So then it'll artificially, or it'll adjust and try to darken the image, or it'll assume that you need to darken it by X amount to get it to a balanced image. Unfortunately, that means my subject turned out very, very dark. Now I can bring back the details, but it also brings with it, you can see a lot of noise. So it's a little bit softer. You see a lot of this kind of grainy texture to the image. So these are some of the sacrifices with not properly lighting your subjects or your image when you shoot it. But, you know, it's somewhat acceptable. So then the hope is like, do I have a shot like this where I did light it properly? And if so, then we can proceed. But I have a feeling all those shots were done incorrectly. With that said, this one, you know what? This one spoke to me and it looked really good. So let's just, yeah, I think we would keep with this one. What do you guys think? I think this is pretty good. So this would be an example of an image where I do want to maybe do slight fine tunings. But this is ready for prime time, you know, like I would be able to post this on Instagram. And then I think the goal is over time, let's see how good I am and how frequently I can do these kind of stuff. But I also want to be able to take the live stream, cut up the section where I was editing this, maybe do a time lapse of it, or even just show this as its own clip to show like a start to finish, you know, like how you went from a before image to the after image. That's the final product. And we can make a whole series out of it, but yeah. We shall see. I am all ears. As long as I'm working on my content, I'm happy. What about this one? This one has an interesting pose. The problem is because the horse is so dark, unless I overcompensate a little bit too much, but it's like hard to tell what the horse is doing. So yeah, I don't know. It could have been a really cool shot, but I think it's a few degrees off from acceptable, in my opinion. Listen, I can be harsh about my own photos. Actually, I say that as a joke, but honestly, I don't really take judgment seriously, in the sense that I don't get offended easily. So by all means, I'm always open to critiques, feedback. Yeah, please lay it on me. This one could be a good image because you had a little bit of light on the left eye, so you can have a little bit of texture from a distance, and you can see the subject fairly well. Yeah, well, you know, let's look through this one real quick. So what you're seeing me do here is there's a concept called rule of thirds. It's like one of the main lessons you learn early on in photography. Honestly, again, these are just meant to be guidelines. There is no real rules to photography. It is an art form. You do what you want. But the general thought process is that there's some concepts that seem to be more appealing to the eyes on average. And part of that is you have this framing system where if you split your image into 3x3, so you can see here, we've got 9 different, like a grid structure. And the concept is you want to align your subject or weight, you want to distribute the weight of your image, if that makes sense. Like how it's balanced, where is the negative space, where are there a lot of subjects or details. You kind of want to distribute it along these lines, or these third sections. So the rule of third would be something like, let's say, vertically speaking, you've got this column, you have a left column, middle, and a right column. So you have 3 columns. So then it would be like, okay, leverage the rule of third by placing your subject on one of these column lines. So let's say at the third, around like the 1/3 mark here, you might want to place your subject. Now it's, again, there's no like real proper, it's just you're eyeballing things. At the end of the day, it's whatever makes sense to you. But this is just a nice way as you're starting off in photography and editing to kind of work off that, knowing like, okay, on average, this is what people like to see. If it disagrees with you, then do something different. Honestly, it's just know that that's a rule. But I tend to agree with that rule. I agree that it looks visually better in this kind of concept. When I first started out doing photography, I almost exclusively thought that you're supposed to center your images always. Like I was like, you know what? My subject has to be in the center, of course. Like, isn't that the point? Like, don't I want that to be the case? So like this would be something I would end up doing. And it's like, again, there's nothing necessarily wrong with that. But over time, I realize it's maybe it grows on you in some ways, but I actually find this kind of framing super clean. It feels a lot cleaner, more professional, more of a story, where now we've put him off center. So again, it's a little bit off to the left, but then over on the right, maybe you can see there's other levels of details. It also gives some space for the background to be visible. Whereas when I had the subject smack dab in the center, it breaks the background at a point where you just don't get enough to really let it breathe. Whereas here now you clearly can see the subject. Obviously it's very dark, but whatever. But you can see the subject unobstructed here. And there's a lot of room for you to kind of see the background texture and the layers behind, off behind him. So like this is an example where it's like, okay, this might be a rule of thirds that you want to follow. Kind of like you can do the same rule of thirds for horizontal, right? So you might look at this and be like, okay, how do I break up the image horizontally? So, in the top third is a bit of the sky and the mountain. Middle third, you've got this line that kind of breaks up the image already. And then you've got the bottom third, which is that ugly foreground of the kind of the ice packed ground or whatever. So like personally, this might not be the best horizontally framed image. It might be something where you're like having to, if you have the space, if you shot the image in a proper way, it could be like you just want to line it up where, the top third is the sky and the bottom third somewhat lines up with one of these lines that I have. And then you might need to rotate the image slightly to line it up with one of those lines. So there's like a number of things you can do, right? Let me just revert back. So maybe potentially this could be considered a more evenly distributed or properly distributed image. But like I said, it's just a rule that you can choose to follow or not. I personally just find the sky fairly ugly, or just to have so much of it when it's just an ugly, there's nothing there. It's just a blank sky. So like, I don't really think it adds much to the story. So I want to cut some of that out. So I think something like this actually makes a little bit more sense. Now, where I do get a little bit OCD is maybe over on this bottom right. I don't know if you can see, there's a little bit of this rock that's jutting out. So I do want to just crop that part out slightly. So I'll just trim it a bit. But yeah, it could just be like an image like this, where I'm like, you know what, here we go. So then I'll rate this one higher. I might spend a bit more time to maybe lift the shadows a bit more on the subject, because it is quite a dark image. So, there are different ways you can do it. I think when I first started out doing photo editing, I just assumed the only way to lift, like to brighten up the subject or the image, is you have to increase the shadow or increase the exposure. But the problem is, if you increase the exposure, oftentimes the way it's applied to your subject, it's very harsh, or it's done in a very uniform way, and ultimately it kind of washes out your subject a little bit more than it should. Also, you can start introducing a lot of noise when you are playing around with the exposure levels versus like the shadows or the other aspects. One thing I've been enjoying doing is just reducing the contrast. So by reducing the contrast, it has a similar effect. So this is the before. It is brightening up the image, but it's doing it in a different way. And again, I'm speaking a little bit out of turn here, but it's just trying to like, yeah, it's trying to balance out. It's trying to remove some of the extreme dark and the extreme light, I think, and try to find a middle ground. Because if you think what is contrast, contrast just means like it's like a difference in light and dark kind of. So like a high contrast, you'll end up introducing a lot more dark and a lot more light elements. Whereas if you reduce the contrast, it reduces things on those extreme ends. I don't know if that's actually true, so don't quote me on it. But that's roughly how I would, as a layperson, kind of explain the effects of contrast. So yeah, like in this case, I think that worked out well. It allows you to see the subject a lot better. It's not too fuzzy or noisy in the sense of like the details on the subject. So then, yeah, we're good here. The only thing I might do here as an example is I've created presets for it, but I might just show you guys manually. I like to, and this is a technique I learned from a professional photographer on a trip I went on. He was running like a photo tour, Michele Bavassano. He was doing it in Photoshop, I prefer Lightroom. But I will create these linear gradients, and essentially what I'm doing, so this is a linear gradient. The red is just to show where the effects will apply. I haven't applied anything here yet. The red is not actually on the image. But what I'm doing is I'm creating this linear gradient. So starting from all the way in the top right, and then as it goes towards the bottom left, the effect starts to fade away. So the strength of the effect is diminishing the further it goes in this direction. Imagine this like an arrow pointing to the bottom left corner. So over here it's super red, over here it starts fading away. So what I might do is I would maybe, let's just increase exposure. So I might increase exposure by like 1 or 2 stops. Let's just do something like this for now. And so all that's doing is it's increasing my exposure level, starting from the top right at its strongest, and then fading it out as it goes to the left. And then if I stretch this, it'll just make it just helps to more, how would you say it? It softens the spread of whatever effect I'm trying to do. So here, and you can kind of see what I'm going for with this. Essentially, I am simulating or amplifying light. So I'm simulating the effect of sunlight coming in. So in this case, I am looking at the original image. I don't always follow this rule, but let's say if I look at the original image, I can see that the from my perspective, the right side of the horse's face is visible. Like you can clearly see there's light hitting the right side of the face, whereas you can see on the left side of the face, it's much darker, not just on the face because of the mane, you can see it all across the body. Like there's a lot of shadows off to the left. And the same seems to hold true for to Arduk, the eagle hunter. You can see that sunlight is hitting his face on the right side, and there's a little bit more shadows off to the left. So I'm gonna mimic the same effect as if the sun is coming from the right, pointing towards our subject from the right, but just amplifying a little bit further. So this allows me to also brighten up the image or the subject, but it doesn't look artificial. Like, okay, let me show another example here. Let's imagine I was like, I need to brighten up the subject, and I went in the direction of saying I've only highlighted the subject, and now I want to increase the exposure. And let's say I did this, right? Just as a crude example. Yeah, definitely I increased the exposure, but because I didn't increase the exposure on the background or the other parts of the image, it clearly stands out and doesn't feel like it belongs. It now looks like you cut out an image and just inserted it into a second image. So it creates this effect that is unnatural and doesn't blend naturally. So that's why something like this mask is a better example, because now it's applying the same exposure. I put a 1.37 exposure increase, but it's fading it out, and it keeps applying that light also to the rest of the image. So then it's blending the subject with the background better. It feels a little bit more natural. So yeah, here we go. So now you can see Now the problem is, depending on the strength of that exposure level, the background here gets washed out. But that's not always necessarily a bad thing, because in my case, maybe that's what I want. I want the attention to be on the eagle hunter more than the background. The background, yes, but it's like a secondary thing. It's just to kind of show texture. You just want to still convey to the audience, like, oh, this image was taken. Clearly, the first thing they should see, like where their eye is drawn towards initially, should be the eagle hunter and the horse and the eagle, whatever. But secondarily, they should be processing the fact that this is being taken outdoors in this very foreign environment where they've got these massive mountains, snow-capped mountains off in the distance. Those are those secondary thoughts that should plug in. And it doesn't necessarily require the background to be very sharp or have all the texture visible. So I'm a little bit more forgiving to say, like, okay, you know what? I'm going very strong on the light here. But that's not bad. Now, yeah, it doesn't mean I will keep with that. Maybe I'll just do a little bit a weaker light, but still enough that it's a little bit more visible. Let's add a little bit more in that direction. Yeah, so it could be something like this. By the way, this might be a framing I do as well. So you know, there's like 1,000 different ways you can edit photos, and that's what makes it so fun. Like, you can give the same image to like 100 photo editors, and you'll end up with 100 different really cool shots. So yeah, this is what's fun. Anyways, this might be a framing I really like. Now, where I would want to make some adjustments is the way I kind of selected the subject. It wasn't accurate, right? So Lightroom is really good, and they keep applying these different like AI tools that does a better and better job of detecting different elements. So for instance, I applied a mask that will automatically identify the subject in the shot. So in this case, it automatically created this masking covering the hunter, the eagle, and the horse. But unfortunately, in this example, it wasn't 100% accurate. It also took it kind of took some of the background with it and assumed that was part of the background. So you can see everything in red is what it's considering inside the mask. But we don't want any changes or effects that we make to apply to that background behind the subject, right? So as a really extreme example, if I increase the exposure all the way, you can see the effect is only happening to my subject here, but unfortunately, it's also picking up the background behind it when it shouldn't be. So this is where you do have to do a little bit of manual work. Sometimes I'll actually pump up the exposure very high so it's more obvious. I can see what is the background, but we'll remove it later. So then what I need to do is I'm going to click on my masking layer. I'm going to open up this little area where I can hit subtract, and I will use a brush. And essentially I'm creating a brush, and whatever I brush out, it's removing it from the masking. So this is the little bit of manual labor you got to do. But let's say I zoom in a bit, reduce the size of the brush. Yeah, we'll go a little bit stronger for the beginning. And then I'm just going to do the tedious task of brushing away the background. And again, I'm working with a really powerful Mac Studio computer. But a few years ago, especially when I was spending most of my time like learning how to photo edit and whatever, with my weaker computer system, I'd be spending so much time just doing something like this, where my computer couldn't even handle editing something like this for too long. Like, everything would slow down. You might see a little bit of a lag in terms of when I brush and when it shows up. Yeah, those are the times. But this is what I love doing, so I'm not really complaining. I am a self-diagnosed something autistic, whatever you want to call it. But I very much enjoy very tedious tasks. You know, I honestly just never get bored. I entertain myself a little bit too much sometimes in my mind. But yeah, so then now the only difference is when I would do these things, I would, instead of being on a live stream, I would have like Netflix opened up or YouTube or an audiobook back in the day, and I would be multitasking. But now we've entered the era of me doing this and talking out loud as I stream. Unfortunately, there is no real shortcut to what I'm doing here. If the AI tools built into Lightroom isn't able to detect this, you just have to start manually brushing depending on what you need to brush away. So that's what you're watching me do. It's a lot of work, but I personally think it's worth the effort because it just allows me to be a little bit more creative with the lighting situation, any changes I need to make. Sometimes you don't get the right answer right away. You might change your mind about how you want to edit an image. And by doing this work up front or just doing it one time, it means you don't have to worry about it going forward. You can just spend the time once, and then you can spend as much time as you want just like doing the more creative, quick jumping around to see what you like. This one. I really like this image, so hence why I'm actually willing to spend the time to edit this more. Now the irony is there might be an image like 2 photos away from this one that I haven't clicked on yet that's actually 10 times better than this one. And unfortunately, I am the type of person where if that is the case, I will just roll up my sleeves and do the exact same thing I'm doing now on the new image and hope that there's not another image a few images away in my gallery. All right. Oh, you know what? I forgot there's a better way to do this. So I can just like be a little bit more liberal of how I'm like spreading the brush, even if it's bleeding over to parts I don't want it to. And then all you got to do is if I hit the Alt button, it just reverses the action. So instead of subtracting, now it's adding back in. So then I can re-add a little bit of the edge and soften my brush. Boom, boom, boom. All right. I'm like so zoomed in, so it's like you can see the individual pixels, but my God. So you can see I have a lot more work to do. So now, okay, there are little shortcuts. I can hit this button called Auto Mask. So then as I'm brushing, I can be a little bit less careful. And if it detects like edges and outlines, it'll just automatically try to avoid it. So that's what I'm going to do now. So you're seeing, okay, you're seeing a little bit of like a 50-50 of me right now. I'm trying to be less OCD and just like kind of be a bit more carefree with the edits. But you also caught me being a little bit more like back into the weeds of like making sure I'm pixel perfect. I'm jumping back to being like, okay, let's not care so much. But I just want you to know it's taking every ounce of me to ignore that thought in the back of my mind that really wants to be pixel perfect on this what I'm doing. I feel like I'm my own therapist. I'm acknowledging my weird, whatever you call it. Okay, that's good. There's a little bit of like a ghosting that's happening here, but that's all right. Okay, that's decent. I think the main thing was just kind of making sure the space in between. So like here, as an example, I need to be a bit more careful to remove. All right. Okay, that's generally speaking good enough. I'm just gonna do one quick little softer wipe of everything. Okay. Did I miss anything? Oh shoot, I did over here. All right. We're gonna speed mode this part a bit. And then the tail. Now some of this won't like, it looks obvious now because I've applied this crazy exposure to it so you can see the dark areas versus light. Obviously the final adjustments I'm making won't be this super bright image. So some of this again is a little bit overkill what I'm doing. But alright, we're good. Just brush out a little bit of the edges. Okay, cool. That is almost good enough. Alright. I think we're... Oh, every time I think I'm done, there's just a little bit more to do. I hope this makes sense to anyone watching. I swear it'll make sense when you see the final result. But... Cool. I think we're officially ready to move on. All right, so all this means is now when I go back to the subject, we'll cut out that exposure again. Now, any of the brightening and the sharpening and things that we've done to the subject hopefully doesn't carry across to a little bit of that background behind it. Then if I ended up doing something more extreme, it just won't touch it. Yeah, we're good enough. This is fine. Okay. Cool. So I think this would ultimately end up being an image that I want to use for my travel vlog. So I will post this in my video in like my photo montage. It might end up being like a thumbnail. So you can imagine here, because of this lower third effect over on the right, I can add some text here later on if it's a thumbnail or a title image or something. So that's another cool effect of, applying the lower third standard. This could end up being a part of either a standalone image that I post on Instagram or as like a collage, or what do you call it? A carousel of images. Let's try this and that. This could be something like this. Yeah, so you get the picture. There you go. So that's one image, all right? So one out of 1,600 photos from one day of the trip, and I still have maybe like 5,000-6,000 more photos to go. But this is how we make progress. And obviously I'm going a little bit slow just as I'm explaining things, but I'd eventually go faster with most of my images. That's kind of cool. I don't know if I have an ability to show the effects. Well, that's just a crazy pose, so. This could make the cut just for how crazy that look was, but. So I did a number of photo shoots with these guys. So what you're seeing here is some shots from when basically they were at a distance, and then he rode with his eagle straight to the camera. So it led for some kind of, it was good photo shooting practice. I did some video versions of this. And how did I shoot this? This was shot at 1/2000 of a second with ISO 110. So it's a little bit faster in terms of the shutter speed than maybe was necessary. 1/2000 is really good for fast moving subjects. I mean, clearly the horse is moving fast, so it works well. And the ISO isn't too bad, so overall image quality is fairly good. Yeah, so then I would need to go through all these images and see which one of these I want to keep. But this also seems like an image that makes more sense in a vertical format, I believe. So let's just switch that around. And you can either go with an image where it's like super zoomed out and like, you know, find ways to play with the background in a way. Like in some ways, maybe you don't want to lose the background because there's a decent number of texture and lines that are out there. You can see the snow. It's just like, yeah, it could add to the image. Otherwise, you end up just cropping in. So you might do something more like this. So yeah, this is where I get stuck quite often during the photo editing process because there's never like necessarily a wrong answer. It's just, it's so subjective. But again, this is where hopefully as I build a community, I just throw this to you guys where I'll be like, okay, of the two options, which one do you guys prefer? And if majority say they prefer this zoomed in one, boom, then I don't have to think any further. We'll just proceed. But yeah, let's see. What effects can we look at? Yeah, it's not bad. Like I said, I took like 1,000 photos, right? So you see it at so many different angles, which means you can end up with some really cool poses, like unexpected poses, right? Things you obviously wouldn't catch in real time, but your camera can. And if you happen to get a photo where there's an interesting pose, like this one's not bad. Like this one, depending on how I edit it, you've got a decent pose from the eagle, facing slightly forward, wings are spread. You've got this kind of crazy, like excited, crazed look on the hunter's face. And then obviously the horse is just looks, I don't really know what to say, but it is a look. And it's at an angle, so it kind of shows a little bit more action, I guess, that's happening. So I think this is ending up to be a potential image I want to bookmark for a second round of review. The problem is there's so many others that could potentially work as well. Because in this one, the eagle's a little bit more directed at the camera. We still got the cool, crazy look on his face. Now the difference is the horse, the eye is looking a little bit more towards the camera, which adds a bit more to the image. Yeah, this could make the cut. One thing I've heard from like professional, I don't know, what'd you call them, equestrian horse riders and so on, usually you don't like to show photos where you see the white of the horse's eye, because that tends to showcase like the horse is panicking or, you know, stressed, right? So obviously the stress could potentially be the horse is like racing right towards me. I'm still very far away, but it could be something where it's like it's eyeing me and just trying to calculate how to make sure I'm not a threat. So generally speaking, I think horse lovers love photos where you don't necessarily see too much of the white part of the horse's eye. But this is meant to be an action shot, so it's like slightly different rules, right? Like in this case, clearly this is something crazy going on. They're racing with this eagle and it's almost like battle time kind of a pose. So in that sense, I think maybe having a more crazed look on the eye is fine. Now this one, this one actually is, this might be the one. We'll have to double check, but we got a really clean pose from the eagle. Like it almost looks like it's about to land on his hand. You know, you've got, excuse me, you got the legs perfectly outstretched. Yeah, in a nice little pose. It's kind of tapering itself. Wings, the wings are okay. I think it looked better maybe in the other images, but the angle of this one's really nice because it's following the same line as Ardek's hand. So I think visually speaking, it kind of is seamless, right? Like if you see if you have an imaginary line cutting through here, it's perfectly balanced or lined up. But I think the real thing is just the look on the horse's face. Kind of the problem maybe is like it doesn't really match the mood, because now he's got like a look on his face of someone basking in the sunlight type thing, right? Or like feeling lazy, happy-go-lucky. So in some ways maybe you want more of that crazed action feel to the face. I don't know. See, like, I'm just like spewing a bunch of bullshit in the sense like there's no real wrong answer. So 10 people can look at the same image and like one person, I'm clearly speaking in a way that's maybe way too analytical, and I'm doing that just for fun. Like most people don't really pay attention to that level of like, well, you know, great photo, but I wish you got the eye looking this way, or yeah. This is kind of cool because now the subjects were getting much closer to the camera, and that generally, not always, but that generally makes it easier on your camera in terms of getting sharp, clean images, nothing too fuzzy or grainy. So you can see here like a lot of, especially on Ardek's face, because I think most of the focus was on him, you can see the details are very, very crisp on him. There's not too much weird noise or grain. You see a little bit on the horse. I think I just applied the same shadow effect across the board because if I remember correctly, I think I kept the focus on Ardek. This could be, again, this might just be personal choice, but I have a feeling that could be wrong, but I think like, obviously if you have just the horse, you want to switch your camera to be on animal focus. You want it to focus on the face and the eye of the horse. When you have a horse and a rider, I believe, just from my small sample size of experience, I think you actually want to switch your focus to be people focused and focus on the actual rider as opposed to the horse. And what I mean is like, imagine you have a horse and rider coming towards you, and imagine the horse is perfectly sharp, but the person riding the horse was very, very blurry. I think most people would find that actually incorrect, because in some ways I think the rider takes precedent over the horse. It's like, yeah, maybe if you take an example of a motorcyclist, yeah, like imagine a biker and the bike is fully focused when he's racing, but then the person on the bike is like completely blurry. Like imagine they didn't have a helmet, you can see the face. I think something about that just wouldn't, I don't know, this could just be me, but that's the feeling I've had. I've done a number of photo shoots now for like some horse riders, and it seemed to work there, but I'm open to being wrong. So in this case, I think when I was doing all the shoots, I had it set so it would focus on the person as opposed to the animal. So this is a nice pose. Here we go as we get closer. Yeah, like if I look at this, I you know what, I think I'm correct. Not that anyone can disagree with me on my stream, right? But like, I think it looks better to have him super sharp. Horse is slightly blurry, but I think more people are drawn to the actual rider. Especially if you think about in terms of the framework of this image, you have a rider that is attached to the horse, and then you have the eagle attached to the rider. So the rider acts as like the central hinge, or like the center point from which two things are connected to him. So instead of having the farthest right or farthest left of this kind of connection being the thing in focus, by having the centerpiece, the center point being focused and then bleeding out to the other two, I'm just talking nonsense, but I think that makes sense. Let's see. Which pose? This one's kind of cool. But this is where the horse, they got so close to the camera that you can see it crops out part of the eagle, just because at some point I was shooting with a 400mm lens. You can't get everything in frame. I had some really cool shots of Ardak smoking a cigarette in the blizzard. I'm excited. That's going to be one of the cool... Actually, you know what? Let's go back. Okay, we spent enough time going through a day's worth of photos. Let me just quickly jump, and if I can find one of the cooler pieces of content, especially when slowed down. So, let's see. So yeah, I met up with a bunch of other eagle hunters. So basically they all joined in to be a part of like the photo shoot, which is kind of fun. So usually they'll, the same thing for the falcons, they will put this head covering to block their eyes when they're just out and about, generally speaking. The reasoning they gave, both for the falcons and the eagles, was that apparently it's like too stimulating for them if they were to not cover their eyes in most situations. And so like things would stress them out if you're out and outdoors and like everything's moving around you, and they'd start freaking out. So apparently they created these little eye masks, essentially, or these little helmets to keep them calm, so that, you know, they're not stimulated, overly stimulated by whatever's changing around them. That's what I've been told. This is all pseudoscience, right? Oh yeah, so the photos that we were editing, this is the exact same scene, but obviously in video format. So you can see the difference here. Now with video editing, it's still very new. I'm still very green when it comes to like really going crazy with color editing. But generally speaking, I don't go crazy with the colors anyways for videos. Like that makes more sense to be as natural as possible. In my opinion, you know, like from my travel vlogs and everything. All right, so I'm just showing this in landscape, but I'm gonna switch this over to vertical, and then I'm gonna slow it down. So you've seen the photo version, and then you'll see the same moment as the video. Hello, Piyush. Apologies if I'm saying your name incorrectly. Piyush Naik. Hello. Welcome to my live stream here, where I'm just kind of going through my photos and video edits. I'm doing well though. I appreciate the comments. I'm just basically going through my upcoming vlog that I'm working on for my YouTube channel. So it was a trip to Mongolia back in February of 2024. Quickly. Oh, we missed it. My cat was doing a nice stretch, but yeah, so I'm just working through my video that I want to publish at the end of 2 weeks. So I put a timer for myself. I'm going to work on this for 1 to 2 weeks and then post it on YouTube. But in the meantime, I was also showing some of the photos from that same trip. And ideally, I might even start posting some of this to Instagram, because there was some that I quite liked. This one actually turned out really well. So maybe this one I might end up posting relatively soon, or like in the landscape mode. So that might make the cut. And then this is just a clip from one of the first days on my trip to Mongolia. I was spending time with some eagle hunters, and so then we did a nice little kind of like a video shoot, I guess, or a photo shoot, where we did everything from going out for eagle hunting to also doing some flying of the eagles, seeing them race on the horse. This I shot at 120 frames per second, so I can actually slow this down quite significantly, so to 20% of its original speed. And then let's go check it out. So this is the slowed down version. I haven't stabilized the image and I haven't done any other work to it. So, but at least you can see what it looks like when it's super slow motion. These ones, I think I set it up on a tripod. So I put this on a tripod and then, because the camera's super heavy, it's a 400mm lens. So hand holding it, I have done it. There's a few things I'm very proud of in my former shots where I handheld and captured like a moving subject. But generally speaking, it's a tall order to handle something like that for long periods of time. You know what? This is so slow that we need to speed it up. Okay, so let's see what it looks like from here. So this is like an example of something I would either use for my YouTube video or for like an Instagram reel, TikTok. You know, you would find some cinematic music or something dramatic, and I probably wouldn't use the clip from this far away, or I'd have to zoom in, like crop in on the image. But obviously the horse is coming closer to me, so there's going to be a portion of this charge that would be something that I would consider using. Now, there's a number of these shots that I have, because they did a few of these, like, you know, same writer, some other writers. So it was good practice for me. I have really cool footages to review and see which one makes the cut. And here, so I mentioned this yesterday, but on this trip, I didn't really know the importance of having proper microphone equipment. So ways to remove like the wind sound, especially in a place like here where it was extremely windy. I think this is like one day away from when the blizzard actually kicked in. But yeah, so unfortunately the audio is not going to be usable because you'll just hear a lot of that weird robotic sound. But for these moments, you don't want audio anyways. You'll be inserting either sound effects or the soundtrack, so. All right, it is getting closer though. So if you go on my Instagram, I had posted, like, this is months ago at this point, maybe over a year ago. I did post one of my favorite reels I've made, which was 2 of these eagle riders, or the eagle hunters, riding basically as we were out on a shoot or just exploring. The blizzard or like a snowstorm kicked in, and it got so crazy that it whites out the entire visual. So you see like these like silhouettes of the riders coming through until they're in focus, cutting through the snowstorm, getting closer to the camera. You see all the snow blowing in the face and everything. It was a very, very cool, dramatic shot. This one, it wasn't snowing at this time, but everything is crisp, and so yeah. So like, okay, something like this is nice. So I might end up using some portion of this for a reel, because it's in vertical format. I could still use this for my YouTube video in landscape. I would just have to crop out, you know, just only keep this, like, try to center the subject. The horse probably wouldn't make the cut if I were to use this in landscape mode, but at least the rider is nice and focused, and then the eagle is there as well. Super cool. And then at this point it was way too close, so yeah, the focus was hard to keep up. Yeah, so they let it kind of free roam for a bit, which is nice for me, obviously, because you know, anytime I can get shots of the eagle like in its own habitat, looking natural, is it's always nice. So for sure, I will spend more time on this clip. You know, same thing, slow it down. So let's do the exact same thing. I want to show you guys, I don't know how familiar people are of, like, right now this shot looks very good in my opinion because I've already done the color corrections and grading. If you were to look at the original footage, it would look so ugly. Like, all of this would be a very, very gray, actually I wonder if I can, no, I've unhooked my hard drives, but yeah, now it looks nice and cinematic. So I've already done step one, which was taking all the raw videos, color correcting, color grading, and then exporting it into a version that I can, you know, sift through much easier. So now we're looking at the edited clip, but next steps for me is figuring out what part of the clip do I want to use, how much do I want to slow it down, I need to stabilize the image, things like that. So those are still steps I have to do for each of my clips. So here you're seeing me slow it down to its maximum, in this case 20% of the speed, but you get this cool shot. I wonder if it's about to shit. Yep. Whenever it does that thing, you know it's about to, like, you gotta keep away from its backside. Yeah, eagles are super cool. Unfortunately, yeah, you know, you can see the mountain cut off the rest of that. Let's see this part. And again, just to show you guys the difference, it's astounding almost, like the difference when you look at something slowed down versus real time. So okay, let's take this image. So this is in real time speed, right? So capturing this is what it looked like. Like, I'm literally holding the camera, I'm hand holding it, and I'm just trying to track the eagle as it's in flight and doing my best to try to keep the focus on the eagle. You can see here it's not always accurate, I'm missing parts, but this is where, that's the challenge of like doing wildlife photography, videography, is you just have to, especially for fast moving subjects, birds, you have to learn how to keep tracking them properly. So that's real time. And because I filmed this with the proper settings, this is what it looks like if I want to turn it into film content. Now you can see every little detail, you can see the motions. Now you can imagine if I put a soundtrack behind this, there's something really National Geographic style, kind of, you know, like, you can imagine this being a Nat Geo footage, except for that, the rope coming out from its talons, but yeah, so this is like, yeah, you get some nice, who am I thinking? Hans Zimmer maybe as like the soundtrack, and then you got her flying through. Like I said, unfortunately, I missed the focus here because you saw it in real time. It's like you don't even have a split second to try to keep your camera and your focus button in the right position, and it's just it's a lot. And this is good learnings for me. I'm hoping that I've improved in terms of capturing focus and capturing subjects, fast moving animals, things like that, but it would have been nice if I had all that portion focused, obviously, but beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. And the close-ups are always really cool. So again, we just saw that slowed down. This is, again, just as a reminder, this is what it looked like in real time. And it's a cool shot in real time, but it's like, it's so fast that it doesn't give enough breathing space for all the interesting moments in between that the naked eye just can't capture in real time. But with the proper camera gear, all of a sudden you see everything, like every part of its, like every feather on in its wings, like being pushed by the wind. You can see like every angle change. You can see that rope that was hanging off. You can see when it's blinking. Yeah, so these will be cool moments as well. Same thing. Very, very fast, but once I slow it down, let's see what I can keep from here. And the question is always, did I maintain focus or not? So thankfully this is usable. It looks like I did keep focus. Now the problem was I didn't frame it properly, so you know, I didn't necessarily get the eagle mostly in frame at the most optimal times. But it still looked pretty cool. So So basically, you guys are seeing a lot of what I did for like 1 to 2 weeks. I just basically went out in nature with some eagle hunters, saw their lifestyle, filmed whatever they were doing, got to see when they're training the eagles, taking them out for hunts, teaching it to come, you know, like to call it over. Yeah. And then I mentioned, but like at one point I got to put a GoPro on one of the eagles. Ooh, this would have been really cool if I had it in focus, but I don't think I did. Let's see. Yeah, because where I was positioned, it went below the ridge. Or no, I just completely missed where it was. Alright, let's see. Tell me it gets in focus soon. Okay, from here. Okay, that's not bad. That's not bad. So my thinking is like, without having seen all the clips yet, I can see something I can do creatively where I want to splice a number of these similar shots, because we had a number of takes where we had the eagle coming, and the background is similar enough for the most part that I think maybe I can do a creative, like splicing one moment where you see the eagle coming straight towards the camera, and then jumping to this shot where you see like right before it lands but from a side angle. And if I do this properly, it could look like it's from the same exact moment but with multiple camera angles. So if I can do that, that will be really cool, because then it's a nice like cinema trick to make it seem like we had 50 different cameras on the same shot, when in reality it was just me on my own doing everything. But yeah, I cannot express how cool it felt just being out in the wild with these guys, with these massive, like, you know, predators. I think golden eagles are one of the largest eagles in the world. Yeah, so okay, here. Yeah, I think it's possible. I think I could splice a bunch of these guys and make it look like from the same shot. Now, unfortunately, this one's not like that much different from the first one. It's like a slightly different angle. Like, so we had a side angle, then we have slightly 45-degree angle. But yeah, this is the fun of what I do, is, you know, you just kind of, once you've gone through all the content, you'll see what you need to put together. This is the yurt, or the gur, that I stayed in. I stayed in only for one night because honestly it was just way too cold. It was freezing because it was just an unexpected blizzard. So we all just stayed in the main house instead.
It's a girl.
It's a girl. Congratulations, your ball. You have a new baby.
Baby girl.
You were very lucky, man.
Yeah, not expected.
When she's wrapped, you know.
It looks like the mom.
Mom.
Yeah, so they create these little vests, like little sweaters or whatever, for even the eagles, because again it gets so cold in Mongolia, especially where they live. So this is just a necessity to make sure they don't die from the cold. Little side note. So nature in Mongolia is beautiful, right? Like, this is, I think, the sunset I was witnessing. The bathroom that I was using was like a little outhouse, right? So like an actual outhouse like you hear about in like old school movies or books. But you just open up the door to the outhouse, and there's a little window. And when a window, as in like, it's, you know, everything's made out of wood, but the front door has the top portion of it cut out. But what that means is, if you're, you know, doing your business and you're looking out, you basically get one of the, like, it's such a beautiful view while you're taking a dump. And that stood out to me, where I was like, you know what? Not expected, but this is probably one of the most beautiful ways you can actually do your business out in nature. So, side conversation, but it was really nice, like the landscapes here. This is what it looked like. So they set up a cot for me, and again, I withstood 1 day in here, and I just don't know a way to convey how freezing it was, but it was absurdly cold, and I have the shot somewhere. I guess I don't have it here, but it's on my iPhone. I need to include it into the timeline. But at one point, it got so cold they brought in the gas stove. They had like a little portable gas stove, and they just lit, it's got hooked up to a tank, and they just kept the fire on the stove running next to my bed to keep me warm. All right, I wanted to show you guys. There's a clip of Ardok smoking. Oh, I just heard something. What just happened? Ah, Kajal. By the way, I apologize in advance if I mispronounce names, but thank you, Kajal, for subscribing to my YouTube. I really appreciate that. YouTube is a journey of mine that's about a year old now, and now I'm starting a sub journey, which is jumping into live streams. So you can see that I'm doing live streams on YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. Twitch and Kick, I just started it up. I'd be surprised if I have 1 follower on there, but the goal is to do what I did with YouTube and just keep on creating content, go live every day, share these content, and see where that takes me. So, man, I just keep hearing noises. So I'm so new at this. I'm like doing everything incorrectly. So I do apologize in advance. How do I check what just happened? Let's see. I think I need to have. I'm using something called Streamlabs to connect everything. Okay, if I go to, bear with me. Well, I appreciate whoever just did something, and I will get better at this, and I will thank you later once I figure out what just happened. Okay, so anyways, this is one of the days when you can see, like, literally on my face, you can see I got blasted by this crazy snowstorm that kicked in, and like the winds that you just saw moments ago. Let's see if I can play. Like, it came out of nowhere. And it looks like, you know, innocuous or just whatever, but man, you can see it like literally just gives you a quick shower. And it's like a shower of ice. So it's just throwing ice at you. You can see how it's like freezing on my face. Not the nicest, but yeah, this is when we went ice fishing. So there's a whole chapter. I'm kind of doing a sidetrack from what I'm supposed to do, which is organize all the clips, but that's fine. This is fun because I can walk through and talk through whatever I'm seeing, and then each time I do that, it gives me a sense what the story should be. So this is when we went out ice fishing, and then the van got stuck a few times. Yeah, this is one of the coolest clips. I turned this into an Instagram reel at some point, but yeah, when you see the wind kicks in here, I slapped on some like cinematic music and slow motion, and you see the silhouette and everything's on fire. Actually, let me show you. So this, I shot in 60 frames per second, so I can reduce this to 40%. And if I take that same moment, yeah. To me, I think of this as like, these are the moments I love capturing. This is why I love doing slow motion. I enjoy the film aspect, because you can capture this as a photo, obviously, as well. But it also just, you know, to be able to capture the movement or the motion that's happening here, which is a crucial part of the story, I think. It's nice. So this was blasting me in the face, and like, it was just particles of ice and yeah, everything. All right, but I want to get back to yeah, this is gonna be the best part of the clip, I think, is when we see them riding in the snow. One thing I learned much later after this trip, but I will employ this on my travels going forward, is like I need to have a shot list of scenes that I want to capture on every trip. And some of those go-tos, I have to do a lot of close-up shots. of just, it could be anything. Like it could be a close-up of the eye of this horse, it could be a close-up of like the fabric of something or someone's hand when they're playing an instrument. Like my natural inclination is like, okay, let's say there's a musician singing and playing his instrument. My inclination is like, oh, I have to capture the whole frame. I have to have the person, singer, the instrument, everything. But for what I'm doing, I also have to keep in mind, I need to do some really close-up crops, zoomed in shots of like maybe just the fingers plucking the strings or like whatever, some portion of the instrument. Because when it comes to creating those cinematic trailers and making your video look cinematic, I think like putting in those types of shots can make a big difference, which I didn't know, I didn't think about. I just saw eventually as I was researching and I saw other good videos, that was something that a lot of them usually make use of. So yeah, anyways, I just thought of that as I was looking at the eye. Because the problem is if I take a shot from far away, like if I do try to get the whole horse in frame, yes, I could zoom in on the eye, but you lose a lot. It just depends what resolution you're shooting at and everything else, but you can end up, you know, reducing the quality of your video the more you crop in. And not to mention, like, all you're doing is cropping in. You're not spatially changing the position of your camera or where you were. Whereas if you had taken a shot specifically with the intention of just zooming in on the eye or focusing on the eye, there's a lot more different effects you might have taken account or made use of that would have made the shot just look that much better. If that makes sense. If I see examples of that, I'll point it out. But where is the smoking shot? Okay, it's coming up here. Was it here? Yeah, this was actually, I thought this was such a cool, like the guy was so badass. So this is like, we had gone out for a shoot, or we were doing something, and then that's when the snowstorm kicked in. So then we were turning back to go back to the homestay. But obviously I'm filming the whole time. And it was just so cool to see this dude in the middle of a snowstorm just puffing away. He's like the Asian Marlboro, oh my god, how do you say that word? Marlboro? He's the Asian Marlboro man. Yeah, this moment right here. It's like, what a badass. You know, it's worth rewatching. And again, if I didn't film this in the frame rate that I did, if you don't slow it down, it's like, it's still a cool moment, but the slow motion just like, it draws a lot more emphasis on each frame. In this case, you can actually pay attention to like the smoking and him like twist, you know, like just that little action of like putting the cigarette to the left of his mouth. Yeah. Anyways. Yeah, so I need to start creating some more reels with these vertical shots. In my mind, I think I'm trying to time it so I will, as the video is ready to publish, I want to have the reels ready in tandem with that. So that, let's say once I publish the vlog on YouTube, I would create some posts where maybe it's like a montage of my best photos from the trip, but then I would, you know, a few days later, maybe I want to also post a reel from that same trip, which then I can call out to watch the video on YouTube. So I'm trying to be more business minded, I guess, when it comes to how I promote my channels and how I time my posts and stuff. So yeah. All right, so let me just jump back. So I feel like I just spent a lot of time just going over some of those clips, but we're not even at the halfway mark of my trip and all the footage I captured. So again, this is just like, not to feel overwhelmed, but that's the level of footage content that I captured from a single trip. And it's a double-edged sword because that clearly means I have a lot of room for having some, hopefully some really cool captures. But it means a lot more time I need to spend to go through all of it. So with that in mind, let me just jump back. Let's continue making progress. So here we are. We arrived at the homestay. I meet the dog and the horse. I meet Ardok. We have some meals. Then we jump into the first day of adventuring. Meet the eagle. Then it's a little bit of selfie. We go on our first horse ride. So then these clips make sense. I'll need to find some good music for this. Same horse riding. So we can, this is all part of one chapter then. This will be a climax moment because obviously we're cresting the hill essentially. There's some nice footage of the horse as we get to the top. This selfie moment I'll probably put up, you know, earlier in terms of this footage. And then now we've reached the top of the kind of the mountain or the hilltop. Take a rest. Okay, so yeah, I think roughly around here. Now, if memory serves me, I think we went up there, but we didn't like actually end up doing anything, just because a little bit of mixture of the weather was a bit too severe. Like it was getting super windy, and again, that cold is just not a joke. So I think we just went up to the top, and then eventually came back down. But I mean, not that I'm complaining, because like, you know, it was fun to go on that horse ride. The shots that I got just from that, like the view from the horse and everything was like really cool. Yeah, so I think this is when we were going back down. Oh, you know what? Okay, maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe we did do a little bit of like the eagle calling. So I think they did some of the training with the eagles here. So forget what I said. It does seem like we did do something. So this is where I'll plug in. Yeah, so, okay, perfect. Okay. We are in a good spot. Because then basically we make it to the top. Then I'm going to show how he let loose the eagle. I can show some of these clips. After which I can show the more controlled clips where they were training the eagle, bringing it down the mountain, or like doing the callings. After which, yeah, so all of this section essentially. Up until here. Okay, cool. So then the story goes, we went horse riding. Let's push these ones out this way. We went horse riding. Oh shoot, I lost my spot. Yeah, here until there. From horseback, we got to the top of this nearby like mountaintop or this hilltop. Then after taking a quick break, they actually released one of the eagles. And so here's some footage as it was just kind of roaming on its own. And then ultimately we got to have some fun where they did some of those eagle calls. And I filmed it, got to see it in action. Yada, yada, yada. Some cool cinematic shots. And then we come back down the mountain. So that's where these two shots make sense. Followed by doing a little bit of horse race, or I don't know what you call this. A little bit of a let me push these ones out. This is where we did a nice little photo shoot where basically he raced towards me and I was able to capture it on camera. I have some photos, blah blah blah. Let's just push these away. So then I'm just trying to move some of the shots that are for a future part of the chapter. So this is coming down the mountain. Oh man, I have another personal story, TMI kind of thing, but I had to go to the bathroom while I was out in the wild, and so they're like, "Oh, just go." And I think I was only with one or two of them at the time. I don't know if it's from the same day, but I was like, "Yo, I really need to go," and I didn't need to piss. I need to, go to a real bathroom. So they're like, just go around the corner of, well, like in the middle of nowhere. So I just went down the mountain a bit, turned the corner so I can find a spot where I can do my business. And then I'm like crouched down, doing my business. And then I look down the mountain. All of a sudden I see some dots and it's coming closer. It's like, I think it's like, there's another rider coming up the mountain from like a different house who was apparently joining us to do some whatever hunting or excursion. And so he was riding straight up to where I was doing my business. And so I remember, I think I just like waved at him and just like nodded. But it was one of those like, oh, it's a little awkward. Anyways, okay, so back to more serious things. So we go down the mountain after doing the callings. Then we had a fun little shoot. Let me bring this over here. These are part of the eagle calls. This is part of the racing. This is the eagle call. This is the racing. Okay. So I think I've organized this properly. This is all part of one story. Then we go down the mountain. We have fun with the racing. So I'll have some nice shots of this in slow motion. We have a few more where they race together. And I think that's it. Cool. Okay, so yeah, actually we do have a decent chapter story. So essentially this whole section is like, hey, we went on our first little excursion. We went from horseback, eventually got to a certain area at the top. Then we got to see the eagle in flights out in the open, time it with some really cinematic music. Then we headed down. We had a few other cool moments as they raced towards me, and I got to capture that on camera. And then we get back to our homestay. So then maybe I'll end this with some sunset shots, just given... yeah, that makes sense. What is this shot? That is a nothing burger shot, which I will delete now. But these guys, I will move. I think maybe I'll include this shot as well. So basically it's like, okay, after a fun day of shooting, we got home, you can see the sunset, so time has passed. I'll explain a little bit. It's like, oh, by the way, something, this is one of those things called a yurt or a gur. I spent one night in here, but ultimately got hit with a blizzard, and it got so cold that I had to go back into the main house. But I think it's still worth showing maybe in the beginning, so I'm giving some context. I think I need to balance between... I have to share enough information so people can follow along with whatever I'm showing. So I'm assuming most people who are watching this may have never been to Mongolia. I know it's quite a privilege, and it's quite difficult to get there just because of how remote it is. So I need to treat this as like a little bit of educational video as well. So I'll do my best to weave in a bit of helpful details as I also show whatever on camera. But otherwise, I need to figure out what comes next. So this is all one chapter. Yeah, so we'll start from here maybe? My god, there's a lot of clips. So let me just color code this something different. Let's go with tan. Let's just bring this all to the same line. Whoops. Okay. I don't think I ever got the dog's name. It's a shame. It was such a adorable, scary looking dog. Like, he looks so menacing just because of the... he's a big ass dog. But could not be more friendly and playful. So that'll be a nice little break somewhere. I don't know where I'm going to put this in the vlog. Oh, actually, this is a better shot. Okay. Because some of these are a little bit too grainy because of how dark it was. This one at least is better. Yeah, so I survived one night basically staying here. They lit the stove in the middle, but it eventually went out in the middle of the night, and oh my god, yeah, just not pleasant. Amazing food. So I think this probably makes sense where it's like, okay, we come back home, sunset, stay the night, have a dinner, and then call it a night, and then we'll start the next chapter or whatever where we go on the next adventure. I think just because I see it now, and also maybe just to switch things up in terms of the story, it probably makes sense where I can make the next chapter of this little ice fishing excursion that we went on. So just like, yeah, just randomly we decided let's go try to ice fish. So I went out with them to this area. This is going to be a fun, you know, not that we caught any ice, or not ice, not that we caught any fish from the ice fishing, but it was a fun little adventure because there's some content pieces of how we got stuck. The van got stuck and you see us all shoveling it out from the snow. You have these kind of shots where the first, like, it was like the premature, or what's the word I'm looking for? It was like the initial phase of the storm that was going to hit us. So we got a little taste of a storm. So I can show this, and it's almost like a foreshadowing. That's the word. It's a little foreshadowing for the actual blizzard that's going to hit us in the final chapter. Or not the final chapter, in the next chapter. Again, I have some really cool shots of this dog. And so the question I'm having right now, my inner monologue is, do I want to just make one section where I just show all the clips, the best clips of the dog, or do I intersperse this at different points, just you know, wherever it makes sense? I don't have an answer. I'm just speaking out loud here, my thoughts. But the problem is if I put it all together, it's clearly at different times of day. So like here, you can clearly see it was like either early morning or you know, post sunset type. So I'm not sure. These are outstanding question marks for me. So then this should be part of the chapter after. So I'm going to jump this, push this a little bit forward. So all of this is a future chapter because this is when we went out to photograph, and this will be the start. Oh, you know, okay, perfect. This will be the start of the chapter where you see, like, in the as the day began, essentially the snowstorm kicks in. I wonder if I can reverse this video. Could that make sense? Because basically I did this video not knowing what I would use it for, but I was like, oh, maybe if I put, you know, this could be a nice transition effect as you're going to fade to black and then fade into some new scene. So I didn't actually think through what the new scene would be, but I could technically, let's say if I reverse this clip, maybe it's a clip where I do the reverse. So like after the, you know, it's like we're saying, hey, okay, the night's done, next day is about to start, so I fade to black and then do it in reverse to show coming out, and it's broad daylight, you know, whatever. You know, it's a thought. I'm gonna note that. But otherwise, this is gonna be the day where we go out for the shoot and everything is just crazy. So that's where we'll see all the snow. This will be something I put beforehand. So this will be part of the earlier storytelling. Yeah, so this chapter is all about getting stuck in the van. And I might change up the order as well. It just depends on, like, I think the big thing for me is trying to figure out how to keep this entertaining for the whole, let's call it 15 minutes. So does it make sense to jam pack all the best moments in the beginning, but then have a little bit of a weaker finale because of that? Or yeah, so that's what I do. I don't have an issue with breaking the chronology of the shots, because it doesn't really matter, right? It's not like I'm saying the ordering of what I show happening isn't necessarily important to me talking about Mongolia. I'm not like, I don't care too much about doing a retelling that's 100% accurate, or like of every single moment of every day. It's just too boring. It's just too much. So if I were to jump some portions in the beginning or at the end, it's not a big deal. So right now I'm thinking it could be, hopefully with the shots from the previous chapter, hopefully will be exciting, like the little bit of the racing and the eagles in flight. That should, if I do my job correctly, this should be quite engaging or entertaining or exciting, depending on how I edit it. So then the next chapter will be a little bit different flavor. So instead of showing more of the eagle in the next chapter, I'm thinking I'll spread it out by now showing this little side adventure with the ice fishing, the foreshadowing of the first time the snow, like the blizzard, was starting to affect us, and then going back. And then the third chapter, or the next chapter, will be us going back out. So that's where we have that clip of coming out of the yurts. And here you now see some shots of me as the snow is kicking in. Let's put this maybe up front. And so this is going to be, in my opinion, maybe the climax chapter, in the sense of like the craziest actions might happen in this chapter. And what I mean is the craziest actions with the eagle hunters when we went out. So this chapter, and maybe, I don't know if I want to mix in this part. This might be a separate chapter, because what I'm thinking is like I might have a chapter where I show what it looked like when we were out in the field shooting when the snowstorm hit. Then the next chapter might be showing what it looked like from the point of view of being at the farm. So seeing how they had to start preparing all the livestock, and you know, as the blizzard hits, because it'll be too much or too jarring to be showing the blizzard shots while we're out in the middle of nowhere in the mountainside with the horse racing and the eagles, and then the jump into like cutting into shots of the yaks and the cows or whatever at the farmstead or whatever. I think it's just too much of jumping in location. So this might warrant its own it might warrant its own chapter. So with that in mind, I might be pushing these a bit further. This one comes in, this one goes with these guys. So basically I'm just trying to put all the ice fishing related chapter shots in one section, and then all the snowy shots when we went out for a shoot in the next chapter. So these are all part of the previous chapter. This is the ice fishing. Oh, here's an example. I mean, this is not a good example, but it's like what I meant by getting some close-up shots. So then I have some cinematic slow motion shots of like, it could just be anything. It could be little sewing moments, or yeah, something more cultural ideally. But then I can use some slow motion cuts of that for like a cinematic trailer. All right, so all of this is part of the ice fishing chapter. These will be the blizzard from the farm. So this portion, there might be very little dialogue. I'm thinking if I can find the right soundtrack, it'll just be a soundtrack that kind of builds up in terms of the drama maybe. So basically you'll see it kind of to match with what's happening in time. Like in the very beginning, you'll see the snow hasn't really kicked in yet. There's a little bit, so here it's picking up. So I'll need to start with some clips where the snow wasn't as crazy. You're seeing them prepare for something, and then the music is slightly building up with the anticipation of something's happening. And then same thing, you'll see like these shots of the dog, but then all of a sudden the next time you see the dog, it's in like more snow and then more snow. So all of a sudden you're seeing like this build up, and then I guess the climax would be like shots like this where boom, like you clearly see there's a massive snowstorm that's hit the farm. You know, slow motion of these kind of shots, just kind of depicting life on the farm in the middle of, you know, Mongolia. So I think these are all its own chapter, and if I just need to time it to some good music. Let me just bump this back. Yeah, and then these are the former chapters. So this is when we went out for the shoot. So all of this, here. So like same thing. This will be part of the blizzard from the farm shots, essentially, for lack of a better term. Because imagine, this is kind of cool. It's like a very cinematic shot. You know, if once I rotate the angle, zoom in on the face, fully caked. So now you're seeing like every stage of this blizzard when it kicked in. The preparation stage, when it starts to hit, when it's at its like climax, how it's affecting the animals. So I think it'll be a nice like, I think the music choice I'll use for the previous chapter, when you see us out with the hunters racing in the snow, this will be a very, very dramatic soundtrack, right? Just to match the mood. Whereas this one will be, with the farm animals, this will be a, maybe a little bit more soothing music. I'm not sure. You guys are getting all my unfiltered thoughts as I figure this out. Okay, so what did I say? These are going into the next chapter. These are all part of that climax chapter I mentioned. Let's put these guys maybe towards the end. Okay, I don't know how to use these shots yet, because they're all in vertical and it's like more posing shots before the snow really kicked in. So this could be some shots I use at the very beginning, maybe just to set the scene of like, hey, we're out. And then eventually I want to show the shots where the snow just gets heavier and heavier. So let me just move these guys. This could happen earlier. Perfect. And again, for me, I think the climax of this chapter is the, where is the shot? This one. Like, obviously this has to be the whatever dramatic music, and then you just have it timed to this crazy, you know, I don't really have a good way to describe this scene, but it was such a cool moment. And just to see, like, yeah, it was such an action moment. You see the wind, horses making the craziest looks on their face. And then ending it with, yeah, like a close-up of the eagle. Scene fades to black, and then we start the next chapter, which would be the point of view from the farm. So in terms of music, actually this could be a, okay, this, let's do this activity next, just to break it up a bit. I want to show you guys how I do the music choice, essentially. And specifically, I'm a little bit too early days to actually have done the research for this properly, but I do remember a long time ago when I was bookmarking music for a different project, I had found some music that I had explicitly put into a folder called For Mongolia. So this will be a good time to see if this music actually can fit with whatever part of this vlog. Okay, so this is from Artlist, is the subscription service, artlist.io. So I use them quite a bit for a number of my projects. Artlist, Epidemic Sounds, and Lens Distortions are the three that I currently subscribe to. So let's see how this soundtrack could potentially work. I don't know where it fits, but let's see. Oops. Oh yeah, you know what? I actually used this soundtrack for the Instagram reel of that snow moment. So yeah, I definitely know it could work. Yeah, so the thought is, if I just insert it in right now, it'd be something like, you know, this is just a crude version. Obviously, I would want to change up the pacing and everything, but it could be like, actually, let's just let it play it all the way like this. Okay, let's see. Let's see how this looks. It's pretty cool, right? Not bad. I mean, I probably wouldn't do it exactly like that just because it's a very lengthy soundtrack to dedicate to just one scene. I think. I'm not sure. Or like most likely what would happen is I would build up to it. If I use this soundtrack as an example, I would play most of this clip in normal speed just because it's way too long anyways. Like it's longer than that actual soundtrack. So a lot of this moment, whatever I keep, it'll be in normal speed or even sped up just to get to a point where I slow it down to match the music. Then I will need to do a lot of speed ramps and like manually adjust portions of it where it speeds back up and then slows down again to match some other moment in the soundtrack. That's similar to what I ended up doing on my Instagram reel that's related to this moment. But that moment was meant, I think it was like a 15-20 second clip. Obviously I want to do a more extended version here. The problem always comes down to how much do I cut? Because if it was up to me, I want to show as much of this as possible. It's such a cool moment. Like why do I want to not show some of these moments here? Especially if you have a nice soundtrack to go with it. The problem is, again, just will people be interested enough? You have to... There's trade-offs. So one of the solutions I have for this is for the travel vlog, I want to keep it as intentional as possible. Like every part of the video should feel like it belongs and it's not dead weight. But then separately, I'll create other videos on my YouTube channel that might literally just be this moment. So I might create a very, very extended or like a several minutes long video of just a slow motion of all these eagle hunter moments. And then it'll just be its own video. Like no voiceover, nothing, no context. It's just like, hey, look, here's 10 minutes of slowed down footage of these eagle hunters in the blizzard or whatever. That way I can do this moment justice while not ending up sacrificing the quality of a shorter video vlog. So yeah, I think that makes sense. This is the same moment. This was a... Oh no, this is a second... Oh yeah, this is a completely different moment. So technically I have two... is that right? Yeah. So I have at least two of these similar shots, like attempts that they took of them racing. So... yeah, most likely both will not make the cut, or like I don't think I can show two of the similar things for at least a travel vlog. It'll just be way too much. I personally find it interesting. Most people probably just want to see it once and that's it. I might take cuts of this that look cool, so even this moment here might be something I will include just to show like this is the weather, this is the snowy conditions we were in. But to show this ride after the other ride doesn't make sense. But like I said, for the standalone video, I will absolutely include both. But you know what? I haven't seen this version in quite some time, because the first clip I just showed, that's the one I ended up using for the reel that I created. I didn't use this one, so I want to kind of rewatch this in slow motion. Oh, this is the coolest moment. Was it the coolest moment I've ever had on a trip? Probably not. Or I don't want to put that label on prematurely. It was definitely one of, if not the coolest photo shoot, video shoots I've done on my travels. Just because I love snow, I love snowy conditions, especially for filming and photography. And to not only have, this was probably the craziest snowstorm I've ever been in. And to be able to film such an amazing moment, like a very cultural scene, mix of animals, wildlife, and humans. Yeah, it was definitely top 5 moment for sure. And because it's action, so I'm getting the slow motion. You're seeing how the horse is like kicking up these little pods of whatever dirt into the air. Okay, that looks pretty cool. I'll have to double check between the two and compare to see which one's actually better. This might be better, potentially, but maybe I chose the other one because it worked better for an Instagram reel, because they might have been closer together. I'm not sure. Let's see though. This looks cool though. My God, this is so cool. So anyways, as someone following my live streams, this is, hopefully you'll find this interesting. This is the kind of value I'm hoping to also provide. Is I've been fortunate enough to go on any number of trips throughout the years and capture them with my fancy camera gear. And so by joining these streams, you'll be able to see what those moments look like before anyone else. Like I haven't posted this anywhere. I haven't shared this anywhere. The only thing people have seen publicly are just the clips that end up making it onto my Instagram reels or whatever. So you will get to see the makings of, the behind the scenes, every footage, some footage that won't ever see the light of day just because it doesn't make the cut, but you get to see it in advance, provide feedback, input, you know, all of that, your suggestions. So I hope you guys will find that of value in terms of why join these streams, why be a part of the community and all that. I will say though, again, I need 2 weeks. Give me 2 weeks. I need 2 weeks to actually go through all of these clips. So hopefully it won't be boring. Like, I'm trying not to tread the same ground too often. That's why we're going in order here as we just kind of do the organizing. And then we're doing it layer by layer. So each time I go through something, hopefully it'll be adding more context or improving upon it. But I need 2 weeks to go through all this, go through all the photo editing, and you guys are a part of that process now of as I kind of edit things. After this, it continues, right? There's no end to it. We've got so many more awesome trips to go over. What's after this one will be Sri Lanka. So that was a quicker trip. That was like, I think like 5-6 days. But yeah, you'll actually, and that was a group trip because I organized that through Nikon. So it was a trip sponsored by them where I was able to get a number of Nikon photographers to join me on a trip that I had organized. and we did a bit of safaris, we did a bit of just kind of cultural stuff, and yeah, should have some good shots from that. And then after Sri Lanka will be Uganda, and this was really cool for me because that was a trip where I brought 3 photographers with me, and these photographers, I mean, they're all like, you know, exceptional photographers. They all brought the craziest gear with them, like tens of thousands of dollars worth of gears, each of them. And we got to shoot close-ups of chimpanzees and, you know, leopards and lions and the shoebill stork. And so, yeah, like I said, we got plenty of fun stuff to go through. Do not worry. Just trust me to hopefully, you know, smooth out some of the edges in terms of how I'm running the streams, especially on the tech side, how I explain things, trying to not be as boring as possible. You know, we'll work through all that, but stick with me and we're gonna have a lot of fun going through this. And selfishly, I hope I grow the community to a point where I do get a lot of feedback from you guys, because I just need to keep learning, and I hit so many dead ends, is that right? Or I hit a lot of brick walls when it comes to having to make decisions with my footage, like what makes a cut, what do I need to cut out. So to have you guys as part of that process, who are like the unbiased, you know, here's what would make your footage better, here's what you should remove because it's kind of boring. Yeah, selfishly that will make the final results even better. So anywho, where were we? So these were all... Okay, so we had this chapter, which was when we went out, snowstorm kicked in, had really fun time filming in the snow. I don't know where to put these scenes. It's either transition shots, probably. And then we'll end with this climax shot. So, boom, boom, boom. Let's move these guys up front. Yep. This is the ending, so we want that towards the end. These shots were actually part of the ice fishing, so I think it makes sense to put it there. Where should I put this guy? Too many questions that I don't have answers to now, but I'm hoping with a little bit of time I'll figure it out as we clean this up. But these will go with the ice fishing shots. Boom. Okay. Alright, so then we're back to having this as the climax. And then how do we end this chapter? So I'll fade to black as the writer passes by me. So then I think I might just jump right into it. It could just be like a, you know, I'll have a little chapter overlay come up and show like meanwhile at the farm kind of a thing. Could be that. Like, you know, meanwhile back at the farm, and then show how that blizzard affected it. Now technically, I think timing wise that's not really true. Like, I'm pretty sure this shot happened, well obviously it's not true because like I filmed both moments, so I couldn't have been in two places at once. I just don't remember the actual order of when things happened, but let's just say this comes first, then this will be the next chapter. Maybe light on the dialogue, but just kind of saying like, meanwhile as that blizzard strength was kicking in, Arduk and his wife, who I will figure out the name later, prepared to weather the storm. And then we'll be showing this with somewhat dramatic music, boom boom boom, and ending with like the super caked shots. Okay, so this one needs to go more up front because this is clearly earlier on in the, before the storm really hit. So let's move that over somewhere in the beginning. I don't know where, but let's just put it here for now. and then end with whatever I have that's the craziest snow moment. It's probably the horse. I mean, come on. This is a... Okay, so let me just move all the horse shots towards the end. Cool. Alright, so then this chapter would end with showing the horses at its craziest moment, probably like this, when it's looking at the camera, fade to black. Cool, so then the show must go on. What is the next chapter? So this was kind of like a... Man, I don't know if I want to show this. I definitely won't show it in its entirety, because unfortunately it's probably the most boring section. I don't mean that, like, I don't mean to offend or anything. It was more just because it's, you know, like we were indoors the whole time. Essentially there was some kind of celebration happening. I think it was like a graduation for some elementary school students or something like that. So basically the whole city, or I don't know what you call it, the whole town, everyone gathered to just kind of like party together. I think I do want to keep portions of it though, because it was an interesting cultural moment. Like I don't think the celebration was necessarily something too cultural in the sense of like what I mean by that is I don't think it was like a... Yeah, it wasn't like a holiday based on some cultural thing. It was more just like oh, the kids are graduating another level of school, and so they just celebrate that. So with that in mind, I don't... You know what? Okay, I'm speaking out loud. I may still end up keeping it, but I don't want to show it right away because we just got done with the snowstorm. So I think in terms of storytelling as well, it probably makes sense to show the aftermath. And what I mean by that is one of the craziest aftermaths of this. And also I don't know where to put these dog photos. This could be the... I don't know. Could this be considered the aftermath of the blizzard? Probably not, right? Because you can see a lot of the ground. So this might mean these have to either go towards the beginning. I question where to put this now. I need to create a color code or a bucket for like the TBD shots. But for now, let's put it a little bit more in the front. Okay, so what I was getting at is after all these winter shots, sorry, let me just color code these guys as well. So these guys should be tan. Okay, so these shots are the ice fishing, which we will make what color? Let's go with navy. Why not? And then this is when we went out. Okay, shoot. Same thing. I don't know where to put these shots. My God. Where does it make sense? Maybe we'll just keep it here. Okay, so then these are all for the same chapter where we show the epic snowstorm out in the wild. Let's go with pink. Okay, so because we ended with the snowstorm at its maximum performance, I think I want to now show the aftermath, which included the death of one of their stallions. I'm not sure why I filmed that like towards the end of the trip, in my opinion. Maybe it was like they knew the horse had died, but they couldn't do anything about it for a couple days or something. And then eventually they were like, okay, we gotta tow it out of the pen. I'm assuming that's what's happened. That's what happened. But in my mind, the way I remember things, and I'm kind of seeing it now because it's not showing up, you know, anytime here. I think maybe they knew it died, but they just like, you know, what can you do? We'll take care of it later. Yeah, because this was like towards the end of the trip, on the 20th. Okay. Yeah, but either way, I think it makes more sense story-wise to maybe put this right after. So let's jump these clips from here to there. Okay. So these guys are, let me just, we're gonna move these guys to be after the crazy snowstorm. Cool. All right, so basically story-wise it'll be like snowstorm hits, boom boom boom, fade to black, and jump right to that. Is that too dramatic to jump right to the shot of the dead horse? Maybe. But I mean, that's part of what, yeah, you kind of want to add drama. So I think, you know what? I think that makes sense. I think I should show it. Now, I don't know what's, I'm pretty sure I can show this, right? I don't think there's any, or I don't know if I need to like flag my content on YouTube when I post a video saying like, oh, this is like some kind of violence or something. But it's a dead animal. So anyways, I got to do a little bit of research on this guy. I'm probably overthinking it right now, but yeah, so then we'll get this whole cool, I say cool, but like a very interesting, unique moment where I got to see a dead horse get dragged out. So yeah, poor guy. It was like, I mean, not that I touched the horse, but you could hear like the way it sounded on the gravel. And obviously when it took away the fence, like it ripped it out, this thing was like just a solid ice block. So again, just to kind of reiterate how freezing cold my time at Mongolia was the whole time. The snowstorm had hit, what, 4 days ago, okay? So Feb 16, and this I filmed on the 20th. So a decent 3 to 4 days later of time has passed, and this thing was still like a block of ice. So it's so cold consistently in Mongolia, not just during that storm, that it kept the horse frozen like an ice block for 3-4 days. So yeah, let me show that moment again. How crazy was that? Let's see where the audio is on this guy. By the way, I still don't know how to work audio properly, so... Oh, you know what? I'm an idiot, that's why. It's not... I forgot that I muted the... Derp-a-derp-a-derp. Okay. You can hear the wood. Ardok was just like, whatever. I'm always amazed by just like the skills of, you know, people like Ardok. Like they're just I don't know what you call it, but just handymen, right? Like people who know how to just use their hands to create everything around them to survive. You know, just, you know, like to make these fences and pens and any number of things that they have to do on their own. It's very like I would not survive in the wild, right? And I always I'm impressed by how much they can do and how little I can. It's like the joke of like, I wonder if it's true for Gen Z, but I feel like my generation for sure, like we've lost the skill of even changing a tire, right? So I feel like I know how to change a tire, but I never personally had to. So Yeah, the lost art. Okay, anyway, so this hops in after that. And in the meantime, I'll add some dialogue here about just like how severe the storm was. Like, it was pretty severe. Like if I were to Google right now, can I Google this without creating problems? Again, bear with me because I'm so new to streaming. I'm trying my best not to like dox myself in some weird way or share something I shouldn't. There's all these best practices I think that people do when it comes to being like streaming stuff from your PC. Okay, so anyways, this should be fine. What did we say? This is Mongolia, February 16th, 2024 blizzard. Let's see if there's any news on this. Because my guide was telling me, I think it was Aibo, he was telling me like over, yeah, what he told me was at least, it was like over 1 million livestock died from this blizzard that we basically went through. Right, so this crazy snowstorm had such an effect, and it wasn't just like one day. They were talking about like a cold front apparently that had just killed off so many livestock. So this one, okay, so this one was posted on the 16th. So maybe what he said was more accurate, because when he had told me it was like 1 million. But at this point they were saying over 600,000 livestock died across Mongolia so far this winter due to the extreme cold weather known as blah blah blah. And yeah, so this is what this is what I experienced, right? Obviously not expected, not anticipated, but during my time, my first time in Mongolia, I went there at this weird, extreme, crazy snow front, whatever you call it, cold front that they experienced. Yeah, which like obviously for me as a content creator, a filmmaker, whatever you want to call it, you know, I'm not complaining necessarily. It was like really difficult though. Like every time we were outside, it felt like every part of your body was freezing, like gathering frostbite. But from a filming perspective, I did get some good shots. So yeah, the number of livestock in Mongolia stood at 65 million at the end of 2023. Okay, yeah. Anyways, yeah. So it was like what he told me was 1 million. That article talks about, you know, over half a million. Point is, it was severe enough that we're seeing how it affected even Arduk, the eagle hunter I was staying with. He lost one of his stallions. So RIP to this guy. Okay, so anyways, back to the story. I think we'll edit this where the video snowstorm hits from both out in the wild during the shoot that we were doing. So showing the snowstorm at its craziest when we're outside. Then we'll jump to the preparations that the couple were taking to protect their livestock as the blizzard kicked back in. So again, I'll have to find some dramatic music to match the tone of this. We'll end it with this moment here, so I'll need to cut this up in a way where I think I want it where the last shot will be when they're staring, at least the middle horse, but we'll see. We'll get a shot where the horse is staring at the camera, zoom in, and then fade to black. Then we'll jump into here, and here is where I'll add some dialogue. So I'll talk about like, you know, blah blah blah, according to the news, this or that. A lot of livestock died, boom boom boom, and even this little guy. So that'll be a nice little like it's not like an intermission per se, but it is a little short segment that we'll put post the blizzard scene. Okay, so then what should I put next? Do I go back chronologically to, because eventually we went into the town and we celebrated a little bit here. It was pretty cool, you know, like it was cool just to see the culture, see the locals, whatever they were doing on a day-to-day basis. And also we ate there, and oh my god, again, I have zero complaints about just how they fed me. The food was just amazing. Meat and carbs, protein and carbs, right? I did learn a little bit about the culture here, so I think that's what I'll include. Because I think Mongolia is predominantly Muslim. I could be wrong, but I think there's a large Islamic influence to the region. And so I didn't realize this until later. I thought it was a Mongolian thing, but I think it's a Islamic thing. But anyways, they were showing me what I'm supposed to do prior to eating, which I still don't necessarily understand. And then they told me I'm supposed to eat with my fingers. So they called it the 5-finger feast. Did I film myself? Yeah, so there's like, you just gotta use your hands. Now, one thing I learned, I don't know if I did it correctly on this trip, we're about to find out as I look through the clips. I didn't know until I went back home in Dubai and I did this trip with some locals and they fed me, and it was like a similar format where they have massive plates and you just dig in with your hands, but you're supposed to use your right hand at all times and you're not ever supposed to use your left hand to eat. And I think it was something to do with, I don't know, I think it was a religious thing, or maybe it's just a sanitary thing, but no, actually, no, it can't be, right? There's a reason they say you have to use your right hand. So it was something like religious. But anyways, so I think I will keep some of these clips, but there's clear, like, definitely there's no reason to have all of this. It's kind of like boring clips ultimately, because it's just me pointing at the MC talking. You don't really know what's going on, but it'll just be a nice little intermission talking about, you know, after the blizzard, we went back into the town to celebrate a little bit with some of the locals, and I got to experience a bit, have a feast with them. It was perfect timing because after such a blizzard, you know, it's just like to warm yourself up back in the town with some, you know, amazing food was quite nice. Otherwise, we drive back to the homestay, and then I gotta rearrange some of this, but now we have another chapter where we rigged one of the eagles with my GoPro, and then we took it out. Okay, so I think this clip goes towards the beginning. So this is when we were driving into town. So we picked up a few of the locals who were joining us, and then we drove in. Yeah, okay, so chronologically these are actually up front. Now, one thing I need to keep in mind as I'm doing all this is like, is this too much content for one video? I have a feeling I'm already at that point. Like, can I realistically cut up some of these really cool moments in the snow to fit 15 minutes? Like, between all these moments, the ones in the farm, the dead horse, being out in the snow, some of the poses, the racing shots, the ice fishing. Yeah, the racing shots here from the first day, some of the eagle flying, calling shots. Like, I feel like, I mean, I'll figure out more once I start, you know, cutting this down more and more, but I'm already having a feeling that this belongs in maybe 2 videos, maybe 3. So that's just something in the back of my head that I have to think about, of like, where's a good, where's a clean cutoff? If I have to break this up into 2 or 3 episodes, where is a clean cutoff such that it doesn't take too much away from the next episode, like it makes the next one too boring, and vice versa, or thematically or like story-wise it doesn't feel too confusing now, because like, you know, we ended episode 1 in the weird spot. So anyways, these are some thoughts. Like, okay, let's imagine if I end up looking through this, I'm like, man, I really don't want to cut out some of these key moments. Where would be a nice break? A nice break could be, I mean, I guess it could be after the first day where we take the eagles out, you see a little bit of it flying, but it's just, I don't feel like enough has happened. Has it? I mean, we do a little bit of horse riding. These are, yeah. So again, this is why selfishly I hope that as I keep doing these streams and ideally grow the channel, I'll be able to rely on you guys to figure that out. So Yeah, what works well? Let me see here. I feel my current thoughts is that I can't end the, if I do break into episodes, I can't end it after just this, because it feels a little like, even if there's a decent number of nice footages from a story angle, just to end the first episode after the first day, might feel a bit lacking, maybe. But how many days is the full trip? Let me see. In terms of footages, okay, you know what? Never mind, because I guess I only spent 5. I spent about 5 days on this trip. Wow, okay. Why did I think it was much longer? Alright, so if I spent only 5 days on this trip, to have one episode on the first day and a half or so, it's not the worst thing in the world. It's not the worst thing. But you can kind of get a sense of, like, again, the thought process and what I have to go through in terms of the workflow. I am jumping the gun a bit here, because, like, technically I shouldn't even have this conversation until I've completed this task of organizing everything, color coding it, because the beauty is now, once it's color coded, as you're seeing parts of it here, it just helps me see chunks of, like, each section or each chapter in a nicer way, so I can be like, okay, these are part of the same story. Do I have enough stories or, like, moving parts for you know, if I cut, for instance, if I cut the video here, I've got basically 3 color codes essentially. Is that enough for a single video? And then it's like, maybe that's not enough. So then it's like, okay, I need to include 2 or 3 more color codes, like this purple, this tan, and maybe this this navy. So okay, you know what? Then we should cut the video here. If I cut the video after the ice fishing, that could be nice as well, just because there's some really cool cinematic shots from the ice, and it's a little different pace from the eagles. And then what would happen is, at the end of this episode, you know, it would end with a nice soundtrack, and then I would say something like, okay, cool, coming up in the next episode, the blizzard picks up, you know, like the something, you know, obviously I have to figure out the right words, but it's something like, you know, we get hit by a blizzard, or we saw a little taste of it, and now the climax of the blizzard hits us, boom, boom, boom. And you'll see as we go out in the wild and survive one of Mongolia's worst storms that killed 500,000 livestock, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. Something to that effect. And then that would mean this second episode would be all these clips of us going out, getting caught in the storm, and then both from up in the mountains as well as in the farm. Now, the only issue I have with that is, if the theme of the second episode is going to be about the blizzard, I almost feel like I do have to include the ice fishing shots inside of that, right? Because it's like, in the ice fishing shots, you actually see when it transitions from nothing to, like, when the wind kicks in with the snow and, like, that kind of semi-blizzard mode. So in some ways, I feel like that is the foreshadowing, so that should be there, right? I think. So then this becomes like one video on its own, and then maybe I'll throw in the visit to the town at the end of that episode, just because, like, personally I don't think it's the most exciting, but it's a little bit of like a tapering down or calming things down after such, like, dramatic shots. Then we can show a little bit of the town, a little bit of the culture, and then heading back, which means episode 3 we go back out in the wild. It'll include some shots where we rig up the GoPro onto the eagle. I drink with some of the locals. So that's a fun content. Same thing, like, I really don't want to shorten or trim the shots from this too much, because it was fun. It's like, how many times do you get to get drunk with a bunch of eagle hunters? So I don't really want to trim that too much. Then we've got more, like, shots of, like, how freezing cold that experience was, like my lens freezing over, drinking, singing, doing some horse riding. What else do we have in this? We've got some of the GoPro shots when the eagle flew out, some standalone shots, a bit of drone shots, and then one final kind of like ride. Well, we have some cool shots here as well. So this one does have some nice climactic potential moments. Let's see. Let's check these guys out. Now I filmed this at 60 frames per second because it was already, I think like the sun had already set essentially, or it was over the ridge. So the problem becomes with less sunlight, it's just tougher to shoot at the higher frame rate because you sacrifice, you don't let as much light in, because again, if with a faster frame rate, that means your shutter is much faster. It doesn't let in as much light because it's blinking faster essentially. So I had to compromise with 60 frames. Ideally, I would have been shooting all of this at 120 frames because you want slow motion of these fast moving birds, but let's see how it turns out. So this is shot at 60 frames per second, and the hope is that we're gonna have some moments here where the eagle's focused. It was tough because you can see, let me just pause it here for a second. Like the eagle blends in really well. It's you know, it's obviously a form of natural camouflage, but it blends in with the surroundings really well, which makes it really tough for the camera system to actually detect the subject and distinguish it from the background. So this is where having the right settings on your camera to figure out like bird detection or like moving subject, like having the right focus box, things like that, it does play a key part. Shooting in broad daylight or having more sunlight will also help. So there's like so many different factors when it comes to filming these moments. But anyways, this is me doing my best. I think I had this set up on the tripod, and then thankfully we had some moments here where, yeah, actually this looks nice. You know, it's going to be slow motion, but it's in focus. And because of that GoPro, I think this helps. This unironically helped with the autofocus on my camera, because obviously that just, it's a little bit bright, a little bright dot that helps easier to track, I guess. But yeah, so this is at 60 frames per second, so we'll see what we can do. But like you can see, even at 60 frames per second, it is good for slow motion. Like I am getting shots that look cinematic and slowed down compared to real time. It's just, you know, being greedy. If you could shoot at 120, or something I've been doing on some of my more recent trips with my Nikon Z6 III is shooting at 240 frames per second, then you're getting like ultra slow motion. I'm excited to show some of those content later, but yeah. All right, perfect. So when it got closer, you can see it's in focus. So I'm definitely going to use some clips here. So assuming if this becomes the final chapter or the final episode of my Mongolia series, if I do break it up into separate chapters, at least I know there are some really highlight moments that will be in that final episode. Because one thing I'm trying to keep in mind is like, if I end up splitting this into multiple videos, I don't want to make it where it's clearly like, okay, episode 2 is clearly the best because all the coolest action and all the coolest shots happened there. But then episode 3, you didn't give it anything. Like it just had all these like throwaway moments and like just goodbye and closing things down. If that's the case, then I can't justify splitting it up the way I need to. Like I would need to make each episode a bit longer so I can have more of the action in each episode. So the fact that I have some good shots of the eagle again here, I think that helps me feel comfortable saying episode 3 could stand on its own, with getting drunk with the locals, having some of these little eagle calling moments where we went out for our final hunt, and then also having the little bit of a recap, so I can recap a bit. So maybe I'll bring back some of the best moments from the first 2 episodes and then give it a nice closing moment. So right now I'm just watching some of the clips that I shot at 60 frames, and I just want to see if there's enough really cool moments here that can make the last episode stand on its own. Oh, and also I guess the last episode I'll also have my photo montage, so that'll also hopefully bring up the value a bit. Yeah, because you guys have seen you know, as I work through all these photos, this is just from one day of like browsing through some potential shots, right? So we're gonna ultimately end up with, I want to call it maybe at least 15 to 30 photos, like the standout photos that I want, and then we'll make those be a montage. Usually I put it at the end. The problem is when you put it at the end, like how many people end up watching it, who knows? But I haven't figured out properly a way to insert these photos throughout each video. Like I know some travel vloggers do that, where as each moment happens, if they had the photo, they'll just snap the photo inside the moment. And I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with that, because you're actually in real time of whatever moment you're in, you're able to show both video and photos. So yeah, I don't know. I just haven't gotten a good answer to that yet. So for instance, for my Uganda series, at the end of each episode, I had a little photo montage related to what they saw from that, you know, from that story. And I could do the same for my episodes, I guess. But decisions. Oh, okay, this looks cool. All right, let's see how this turned out. So unfortunately, I gotta double check how the GoPro footage turned out. But you can see the GoPro is like bouncing up and down. I think maybe I angled it slightly too low, just from what I'm seeing here. I honestly just haven't had time yet to kind of go through what the GoPro shot looks like. But at least this shot was pretty cool to see. There they come. And then we did a very last, kind of like they raced towards the camera from a distance. But the problem is you can see even just from this shot, like this is how dark it was getting. Now, thankfully, these cameras are powerful, and I'm using DaVinci, and it's very powerful. So it's not like completely unusable by any means. It's just, you know, ideally you have a bit more light for most of your shots. This is an example, like we shot this earlier in the day, like right, you know, before the sunset. So that's why I was able to film this one at 120 frames per second. And you compared to this one is at 60 frames. But let's check it out. So let's see what's usable here. And you can see here, it's like you got a little bit more grain and noise in the shot, just because I had to compensate heavily with the noise reduction in the software. So it might be something, I haven't watched this in full detail or before. I just kind of exported it quickly after doing some edits. So it might be that I have to redo this and like double check how much the noise reduction will distort the image or the video. But as of now, I mean, it's like, this looks decent. I could definitely use this. The problem is, like with so many, this is a good lesson for the future. When you have 4 riders like this, it is tough to capture them all in frame. So I think generally it's nicer to just have one that you focus on. There is something cool about if you can get a photo or video with like a large group. So if there's like 4 or 5 of them, there is a shot that I want to take. I've seen it on Google and stuff, but I do want to like do a shot over the summer where you see a lot of the riders crossing like a stream or a river. And so imagine all the water being splashed up as you're cutting across. That would be a really cool photo to take at some point. Obviously in this case I had snow, so you make do with that. I don't know, we're about to find out. So this is the 120 frames per second video. So super slow motion. You can see here though, oh, if you look carefully, you can see my drone is actually back here. And then you see all this like moving lines. This is like the heat distortion, right? So I think people, this also is just for me learning as from my travels, but the heat distortion, it affects you in snow conditions as well. It's not like something that only happens when you're like in a desert or in the summertime somewhere. you get this effect even in winter, where you get like the heat bouncing right off the snow, and it creates that little haze effect, especially if I'm at a very low angle. And unfortunately, that causes problems for photography, right? So especially for subjects that are at a distance, but even if they're not too far away, it's just more prevalent when they're far away. You're just more prone to having that heat distortion in between. It is something to be mindful of, because it doesn't matter how good your lens is, how good your camera is, you could be perfectly focused on the subject. When that heat distortion is introduced, your shot gets blurry. There's just nothing you can do. It literally will distort your image enough at a micro level that you don't get that level of sharpness that you want or what you look for in your shot. For video, it's a little bit more forgiving, because obviously it's a moving subject, so like no one really can pay attention to how crisp each frame is. It's more, you know, like imagine like in a video like this, having blur is natural. Like you almost need some blur, because it would be unnatural to have everything sharp at all times. So yeah, it's a little bit more forgiving in that circumstance. So but yeah, if I was just doing photography, this would be something I get very frustrated by. Like, shoot, I can't get the shots that I want. One thing I'm seeing here from the shot, by the way, is this horse has the wildest look on its face. And I don't know how much I can crop in on this, unless it keeps up that face. Okay, so as it's getting closer, it's still doing that weird look on its face, which it's like slightly demonic. But something I do want to show in the video. It's just so wild. We'll see. Oh yeah, at times the eagle hunters were struggling with keeping the eagle perched on their arms. They were not harmed. The eagles are fine. It just looks kind of wacky to see the eagle hanging upside down and stuff. All right, here we go. So now as they're getting closer, this is probably more of the footage that I want to use. When they're very far away, it's just like, you know, it's nice to have, but it's not really as good. Now the problem is any of these moments where the eagle's struggling, it just unfortunately doesn't lend itself to nice cinematic shots. It's like, imagine if the actor flubbed their words or something. Obviously you don't want to like include it in the shot. That's kind of like this. So even as cinematic as things can be, if I have one of these guys kind of struggling, I probably can't use it in the shot, or I need to find a way to crop them out. So it might be something where I just need to see how much can I crop in to just focus on maybe the horse and the rider on the right. Or hopefully they correct the eagles at some point here. And I just need a few seconds. The beauty is I just need a few seconds where everything is clean, and that's enough to put into the video. So like a moment like this, everything looks clean. Unfortunately, they're all moving in different angles though, so it's not like the same uniformity. Maybe they course correct here. Okay, see, right here looks good. So this right here, just a few seconds. Okay, good. So there's at least a few seconds here that I can use where they're all fairly lined up. None of them were flailing. They're all in shot, and now this is like the perfect distance for the shot because we're getting decent details. They're all in frame. You can see now the little, like the details from all the snow being kicked up. Okay, so this is actually what really mattered. Everything else before was just like a pregame. And then the problem becomes, since they're so spread out, obviously right here now my frame can't hold them all. So then this is where I either probably switch into focusing only on him, and you can see that is the decision I made in real time as the videographer. I was like, okay, let me just focus on him, which made sense for me because Ardek was the guy who I was staying at his homestay, so he's like kind of the star of my trip. Looks good. Coming through. Beautiful, beautiful. So all of this is usable. So then, yeah, okay. So for the final video, obviously I'll do a shortened portion of this, but I think this will survive the cut. So I do feel a little bit more comfortable if needed. If I have to turn this into 3 episodes, I can do so. So that's good to know. Not to mention I haven't even gone through these clips, right? So these are the ones without the GoPro. But these would also probably be part of the highlights of the last episode. Look at this guy. Yeah, see, like in that slow motion, you can actually see each individual eye do that little side blinking. Oh, that's cool. Okay. All right, so I'm feeling much better at the prospect of 2 to 3 videos instead of 1. I think, judging by like the footages that I have, I think it makes sense to now. Okay, so now the real question I'm having is, do I do 2 episodes or 3? If I do 2, okay, we thought through what 3 would be. If I do 2, it would include all of the blizzards. So essentially, episode 1 will end with it might end with the town shots, because the town is the weakest part, so I don't want to start episode 2 with the weak elements. So it could just be that I insert that towards the end of episode 1. And there is a question of like, do I even want to show it? I don't know. Or is there a way to show some of the highlights of it without having to spend like more than 30 seconds on it? It could be something where I'm like, I don't know. Okay, maybe I just need to watch it to actually see if it's worth. Okay, so let's rewind a bit. Let's see if it's all worth watching. Okay. So now I just have to, as I'm watching this, I'm just trying to think like, how much of this would be interesting enough for an average viewer with whatever voiceover I include. So the reason it's like this is because I have this variable ND filter on the front of my lens, and so you rotate it to make it brighter or darker. It's like sunglasses basically. So I have the ability to make my lens block more light or include more light, and that's useful for videography because when you switch, like for instance the indoor shot, obviously there's not much light, so I need to remove the sunglasses. But then when I turn the camera towards the windshield, now it's like bright sunlight everywhere, so you want to be able to increase the sunglass effect to block a lot of the light so you can still get a decent shot. Okay, so the question is, do I want to include all of this in either of the episodes? Is this interesting enough? Like compared to the earlier shots of the eagles and the snowstorm and the blizzard with the dead horse, would this be a nice kind of a intermission almost, where I say like, okay, so blah blah blah, we survived the storm, and we went into the city to do a little bit of celebration. They were doing some local blah 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 tradition of something, and they also taught me how to eat with my fingers, which was that 5-finger festival. So let's see. I think, man, okay, I don't have to have the answer now. It could be that I include this at the very end of episode 1. Alternatively, I don't include it at all, and I might just use some shots from here as B-roll, where maybe as I do a reflection at the end, and I talk about like, you know, how enjoyable it was to meet the locals, learn about their culture, including eating with my fingers, I can just quickly B-roll shot to that without actually having to explain this whole side journey we did going back into town, and whatever. That's a possibility. But the key thing is, at least for the first episode, I do feel strongly that I have enough I have like really cool content. I have obviously the preparation, which I can trim down even more because it's nice little warm up, but it's not the main show. Once we land, I have the cool shots of going out horse riding with the eagle hunters. We'll have the actual almost like a pre-game shots of the eagle when they first did some training with the eagles in flight. So I think this stands on its own. So we'll have some really cool shots of this. And hopefully I can do something creative where we splice in the different angles. And then we end with a little bit of eagle riding. But the episode won't end there. Actually, the climax is what we talked about. We see the blizzard kicking in. So the foreshadowing as we go ice fishing, seeing the starts of the snowstorm kicking in, including our van getting stuck in the snow. And then the real climax being when we go out for our next outdoor shooting. And while we're there, the snowstorm kicked fully in. So then here is where we're going to have the most epic part of the video, which will be towards the end of the video, I guess. But I don't feel so bad about it because that's like the point of the climax. And I think each prior chapter does an adequate job of keeping the energy and engagement and intrigue up in terms of the storytelling. And then you lead into the cool shots of this, like, you know, of the epic snow shots. I just need to decide which of these I want to use. I mean, I think it's going to be the first of these two clips. I think because the snow was kicking in a little bit more dramatically. But let's say I use this shot. We end there. Then we kind of keep up the drama and the climax a bit, because obviously the snowstorm continued. I might briefly add some voiceover. We talk about how the snowstorm hits the farm, how they prepare themselves. We see how it affects all the animals, and boom, fade to black. Then we have the scene of the dead horse. I add some either text overlay, or I will, what do I do? I will have the voiceover explain the kind of like historic blizzard, I guess, or the winter that had hit Mongolia, the, you know, close to 1 million livestock that died, including Ardak's horse. So I think this will be a cool way to end. And the question then just becomes, is it cooler to end with, I guess it kind of could work visually to end the episode with the horse being dragged away. So it's like as the horse becomes like a tiny dot on the screen, I'm fading to black towards the dot. And it's like kind of one of those moments. And then we end this episode with the photo montage of shots that lead up to whatever was seen on this episode. So it can still end with the photo montage. If I go with that approach, that means most likely these will not make the cut. All the shots of, you know, when I went back into town and we celebrated with the locals, which, like, you know, in some ways I'm okay with because it is the weakest part of this in terms of excitement. So then it means episode 2, if this is a 2-part series, part 2 will be going back out with the eagle hunters. We strapped a GoPro onto the eagle, so we'll have some really cool shots. We did some photo shoots with the family. I have some photos of. I went drinking with them. Oh yeah, so then it'll be like as we went eagle hunting, and then it got so cold because, you know, it wasn't just the blizzard, it was the full-on winter. So then here's where the story will be a lot about how I got drunk with the eagle hunters. They you know, performed and sang for me and for the group. So yeah, I think this will be more of a cultural episode, whereas the first one was more animal based, I guess, potentially. Yeah, because I really don't want to shorten too much of these clips. I really want to let it breathe, because it was really, I mean, okay, as a biased person, I don't know what the average person will think, but to me it was a really cool moment to be out there, even though the whole point of the trip was actually be out in the wild and go see the eagle hunters hunting or being out in nature. This was like an unexpected pit stop we made because it just was so cold that we had to just stop by the closest neighbor's house to let the eagles warm up, for us to warm up as well. Even with me with like my 5 layers, I was like, it was just way too much. And it was cool to see them singing and drinking and all that. So I do want to give it some space. We got the riding shots. We got the GoPro shots from the eagle. I do need to review that to see if it's anything to keep. I think of all this, there might not be much to use, unfortunately. So we'll have to go through it all. What else? Yeah, so you see the eagle out. This is kind of a cool shot. Where was it? This might be, I'm not sure if this will be part of the thumbnail, but it definitely will be part of the trailer. Just to have like this shot of all of them lined up, you know, with their rifle and just looking like a badass gang. I'll probably slow it down, stabilize the footage. Yeah, this is kind of cool. This part for sure, I think I've already used this in like my opening trailer that I created. Yeah, so I think this episode stands on its own. It'll be interesting. We go on adventures, horse riding, getting drunk, being out with the eagles. What else? Yeah, doing a little bit of local stuff. Some of the drone shots, whatever, it's okay. This is something I want to do more of. I do have some gear to do this better going forward. Because the problem with the so I had a GoPro essentially just strapped to my head over my beanie. But the issue is the GoPro is too heavy and bulky. Whereas I do have other cameras. I have like the Insta, what do you call it? Insta 360 X something. What do you call that? The Go 3. And that thing's a little tiny little thing that it's magnetic, super lightweight. So I actually used it on one of my former recent trips. That I can slap onto the cap of my hat or even just magnetically. So I just want to do more of these kind of shots where it's like a first person point of view. I think from a storytelling perspective, it looks quite interesting. So yeah, you'll see more of that from me on my future trips. So this is where we had the eagle. Oh yeah, so okay, here's what it looked like. So I showed what it looked like from me filming the eagle flying towards us. This is what it looks like with the GoPro on the back of its head. Actually, it didn't turn out too bad. Obviously, every time it flaps its wings, I gotta see if I can stabilize it. But okay, actually, that's not bad at all. Okay, yeah. So there's some interesting, juicy pieces. Oh yeah, this is when the eagle is trying to scratch my camera. I think it actually survived. I forget how that's possible, but I think my lens was fine. I used a GoPro afterwards. Alright, did we do another flight here? Let's see. Oh, maybe we did. Let's see. Alright, let's see. Actually, I want to slow this down just to give it proper review. So I shot both of these at 60 frames. So then let's see what it looks like. And okay. So this is slowed down from 60 frames to 24 frames. So essentially like 0.4x speed. You can tell it's very, very low light, so it's kind of noisy. You got a lot of artifacts ingrained, but yeah, it's fine. This is like meant to be a kind of a funky action point of view shot. So they removed the cap. There's someone at the base of the mountain that's got like the bait. I forget it. It might be just a piece of raw meat. And so this is how they train the eagles. Okay. My question is if I can somehow isolate the eagle's kind of like chirping sound. If I can reduce the noise of the wind, that'd be pretty cool. This is like 10 times better than drone shots. I think there should be another... no, there won't be. Boom. Alright, yeah, I think that's worthwhile. Okay, so I think between all these kind of shots and then the more like obviously the professional shots from my pro camera gear and a little bit of the racing, the drinking, and then going home. 2 episodes. I think 2 episodes works. Okay. I think we made some good progress today. I have a better sense now of like the direction that I want to take with this video or videos. So based on the clips that I'm able to see, it does make sense. I do have enough content to be able to stretch this into 2 videos, possibly 3, but I just don't want to stretch it too thin. I do want to keep moving. I have so many other travels that I need to, catch up on and create content for. So I'm not trying to like milk it too much. I do want to go at a reasonable measured pace. So with all that said, we made a lot of progress today. I appreciate everyone who tuned in. I'm having fun with this. You guys are basically getting a glimpse into what I do on a daily basis, minus me talking out loud, except when I'm talking to my cats. This is what I do when, majority of my time when I'm traveling, I'm shooting, creating content either for myself or with others that I'm bringing with me on these tours. When I'm at home, I don't have a life. I am fully this is my passion. This is what I am thoroughly embedded in terms of my interest level, my dedication, everything. So when I am home, I'm in front of this computer working on any number of things, but mostly around editing my footages. There's a lot of things you don't see on camera, obviously. I do this prior to the stream where I'm, for instance, like calling some of the partners I have in different countries to negotiate different potential trips, organizing those things. But when I'm on camera, you're seeing what I would be doing normally, which is going through every level of the workflow to create the final product, which you'll see on my social media and YouTube. Hopefully things that you can enjoy. Like hopefully those final products, if you ever watch it, you will look at it and say like, oh, there was a lot of thought and love put into the content. That's kind of just like, hopefully the thing that I can convey is I don't half-ass things, and this is proof of that, what I like to spend time on. Hi Chia, I apologize if I missed your message. I think that was from like 10 minutes ago. Hi, let me just write it here. Apologies, I missed your message, Chia. Thanks for tuning in. But yeah, it's just something where I do this every day and I don't get bored of it. It is something I'm passionate about, and you guys get to get a sneak peek into what that looks like. And hopefully if you don't find it boring, you can tune in. And as we grow, as I've said a few times already, I want your guys' feedback, your input, giving direction on how I'm editing these photos and videos. And we can all celebrate together when I make that final content. This is something where you can feel like, oh yeah, I got to see him when it was at its raw form to its final form, and I actually provided input. I actually gave some direction, so it's like a communal process at the same time. So that would be the ultimate goal. But with all that said, I appreciate it. I will now have a very late night dinner and do a little bit of work off stream. But yeah, I will be back online tomorrow and we'll do the same thing over and over and over again. And hopefully I'll also review this stream to see like what technical mistakes are still out there, what are things that I can also continue to improve on. I think at the end of last stream I was noticing there was issues with my audio, so I'm hoping I fixed it between the first and the second stream. And if there's any other things that I pick up, hopefully it'll disappear by the next one. But yeah, I appreciate if you are watching this after the fact as a VOD. I would appreciate a follow on my Twitch and Kick, as well as my YouTube as well, obviously. Twitch and Kick are new journeys for me, and I do need to grow those channels to a certain level in order to actually monetize it and use it the way I am with YouTube. So feel free to support me however you feel like. That could be anything from leaving messages in the chat, subscribing to me, donating, watch my other videos on YouTube, check me out on Instagram as well. But YouTube is my main journey in the sense of what I'm focusing a lot of my time on. So I do appreciate if you give it a watch. With that, thank you everyone. I